All right, I'm gonna start going up the procs. You should get put her in yellow. Oh my gosh, the healing is real. So you can play that game. So he's got me dinging his Thanos, which I guess he's just kind of going for it, see if they can crit and get a lot of counters from Cole and play it that way. But it's definitely risky. It's going to lead to your Thanos getting knocked out in a lot of fights, but almost nothing holds. So unless you get strong crits, those kind of things, or really good RNG on the turn order, I'm not sure the positioning matters all that much on defense. All right, just keep working them down. Hopefully I can get through their Ebony here. But I do think this one is a win. So let's see if I can strip the taunt. Didn't work. And that should kill their Ebony. And I can pretty much auto at this point. Flip it over to Thanos, because it does more to the primary target. And I should get a few of them pretty low. I'm going to stun procs, or try to. There goes Thanos. And yeah, GG. All right. Let's see what I think I've done my raids already. I can go back in there in a little bit, but what I really want to work on is my teams here. So hopefully you can see that yet. So I'm really looking to do is recreate kind of my offensive team list, and I didn't have my best war last time, so it's kind of a woke me up that I probably had too much on defense. I went defense heavy, and I want to look at just more of a all-out offensive approach. I'm not going to gut my defense completely, but I do want to be pretty 70-30. And then I'll eventually build out my defense, but I want to be super strong on offense. That way we have the best chance to punch up in wars against bigger alliances. And I want to help us clear some of these big rooms. In this last war, I lost more fights than I would like. I think I lost 3. So one was a Bomir double buff room, and I was punching up 20k. I can't remember if it was 20k up or 20k down, I forget. But it was double buff. I had defense down, they had defense up, and it was like 620k for 600 fights. So it's, but the double buffs were the reason I lost. And then I lost Supernatural into a huge She-Hulk team, and my S6 timed out versus another S6. The RNG on Doc Ock healing just got the best of me. So I think it's been about a year since I've lost 3 fights in a war. So don't want that to happen again. And I started using too many hybrid teams on defense to kind of help my team get wins on that way. So I want to kind of pivot back towards offense, and then especially as a smaller alliance, it's punching up into like the top 50 teams. We're top 100, but when we start pulling the top 20, top 40 alliances that have a 15 mil advantage on us and run pretty heavily on defense, I want to be more offensive minded and have more of my roster power pivoted that way. This screen is for Blitz, the new auto sim. So it's not based on power level. I just drafted this last week just as a kind of exercise for myself for the new auto sim feature that's going to be coming out for Blitz here this month, I hope. And I'm ordering my teams based upon what level of Blitz I think they might be able to win at. And that's really the intention there. So I'm just going to turn this down a tad bit because I'm going to be talking quite a bit. But where'd I go? Sorry, too many tabs. Yeah, so this is something I need to refine, and I want to test it out when Blitz Sim comes out. And then I'll refine where I put these. Okay, can Shield, OG Shield win at Blitz Sim level 7? Or are the matchups too much and they can't win there reliably? I need to put them down to 6 or something else below that. So that's kind of where I'm at. Not what they can max out at. What can they reliably win at given normal matchups? You're always going to look for the easiest matchup typically for a Blitz Sim, and so that's kind of what this is about. But that's not what I'm looking at tonight. What I want to do tonight is look at standard or defense teams. And probably just drag this down. Oh, and wrap text. Is there wrap text in this? I'm so used to Excel. Wrap text. Cool. All right, and I'll probably switch the order of these, but what I kind of want to create is a list of best, I want to create a list of the best offensive teams, mainly for my roster. But you guys are, I definitely want to take any kind of feedback from you guys, and if you have any tips as to how I should do that, or if I'm missing, leaving anything out, definitely hit me up, and we can talk about it. But most of these are pretty standard. And I'm kind of just going to go down the list here and put these in. But I think I'm going to be changing these. Symbiotes. Best. Optional replacements. Okay, I got to wrap that one as well. Wrap. Okay, and Zemo. And what I want to do is I want to think about, should I start putting more of my hybrid teams on offense rather than defense? And that way I can really top out how big I can punch up, and also not even just punch up potential, mainly that, but also will this allow me to actually attack more teams with symbiotes or X-Men? If I make it a little stronger of a core team with a high, kind of adding some additions to it, can I take on different teams than the standard symbiote team can handle, for example? So that's kind of what I'm going to look through tonight. And if you guys want to chat and give me any kind of tips or tricks that you guys know about, any suggestions, I'm happy to again discuss kind of what you guys think. And right now, this isn't like in perfect order. I'm just I might move these up and down here, but I'm not trying to say 1, 2, 3 necessarily. But Black Order probably is the best. But after that, it's a lot depends on your roster power and those kind of things. I'm not ranking. This isn't a ranking list necessarily. This is just creating my best top 10 war teams that I possibly can. Yeah, so it's. It shows in Excel, but anyways, all right, so here we go. So pretty much working this down. So MR. So MR is basically MM Marauders, Asgardians, Mara. Yeah. There we go. Asgardian. Trying to think back my roster here. So there's quite a few different options, but I still need to turn this down a little bit. There we go. All right. So after Asgardians, again, not in any particular order. I guess there's F4. F4 with She-Hulk. Hydra. Let's say F4 to make this cleaner. F4. F4 Hydra. I guess there's the BKT Guardian team. I don't know if everyone's running that anymore. Another one is going to be the Shield, Inhuman Hybrid. Okay. Said Hydra. Don't really care about Defenders. Let me pull my over here. I'm kind of spacing. I don't know if everyone's gonna be running PIM yet. Mercenaries. Could have just said Mercs. Wave 1 Avengers. I'll put in BKT Guardian Galaxy. I think that's the main ones you'll see. There's a lot of other ones that people will throw out there. Like Black Order will sometimes be on defense, but just to start out. All right, and give that a little best offensive teams. It's kind of hard to find a good shade of green. This is kind of weird. Yeah, that works. Optional replacements. I'll do these as, I don't know. Cool. 1, 2, so that's only 8. So I'm missing 2. Let me see if I'm missing any kind of ones that jump out. Oh yeah, CMYA. There's also straight Inhumans on defense. Sinister 6. They go both ways, but it's worth listing them. In PimTech, I think from what I've heard, they're a little better on offense right now more. So I'm going to leave them off for now, and I think that's going to be it for defense. There's always a bunch of hybrids that people can use, but that's where I'm at right now. Cool, and then. All right, so then for the offensive teams, what I'm looking at is all the basics. X-Force, Sinister, Sin-6, Inhumans, BH 2.0, say Brotherhood, but whatever. SM, PA, Shield, Hybrid. All right, and that one I'm thinking about doing. The other versions I'm thinking about doing are a Hydra 2.0 with RS. So these ones I'm considering. I've been using Ultron some with F4, but now that Fantastic Four have become, especially with teams that run bigger on defense, a lot of them are putting F4 with She-Hulk on defense. And then I'm no longer able to use, or can, but a lot of times then I'm kind of stuck. I'm using F4 to counter F4 on defense because I have a decently strong Fantastic Four on offense. Um, and then I'm running a little light on offense at that side. So I can't show, I'll show you the blitz. So my blitz is here. It's my Fantastic Four, I think, is one of my bigger teams, as far as I recall. Where are they at? I put them lower for blitz. There they are. So they're 416. I have a pretty beefy Namor. Can't see it that way. And yeah, so my Namor, and I think I have them built overall the right way. But Fantastic Four is a really interesting team. Like I've seen a lot of different variations of who you drop here, depending on who you're countering and how you have them built. For me, I think Johnny's the weakest tune, but his passive with the 30% extra damage, I have to say, even though I actually keep Thing in the team a lot, I've seen more and more that people are dropping Thing and keeping Mr. Fantastic and Johnny for their passives. And Thing's passive is for armor, which helps these two a little bit, but doesn't help these two at all. So dropping Thing into Marauders and adding an Ultron seems to work really well, and probably helps more to burn down Strife than the version I've been using, which is dropping Johnny and subbing in Ultron. But yeah, so a couple things for me is I've realized now that I'm using F4 more and more often to just be a straight counter without Ultron into She-Hulk versions on defense. Now I have kind of Ultron floating again where he doesn't have a purpose. And I think I've had a few wars now where I don't even use Ultron, and I haven't needed him, but I like to maybe boost him up to where I put him in a straight team to where I can actually start punching up more and look for bigger teams. And maybe not slide him in F4 100% like I have been doing. And then I can use them earlier in wars. So that's kind of what I'm doing tonight is I want to look at some of my free agents. So my free agents are... went to Caps again. Ultron. Zemo. I'm thinking about putting Captain Marvel on offense, but I'm not committed. My Red Skull is pretty small. Vision, Minerva, Shuri. She's pretty much tied to Mercs. I'll be honest. I'm very unlikely to move her off of Mercs, but I could. Nick Fury. The Shield defense is not doing diddly squat on defense anymore, so I'm thinking about. While I like the hybrid on defense between the Shield and the Humans, this team here, and I'll probably move this over and then put in the characters. But I'm wondering if I actually move this team to offense and what it could handle. Counters, which okay, let's do wrap again. Wrap, not rail, wrap text, and I have to go further. Counters, I'll just shorten this. What about getting rid of meta? Is that better? Nope. Counters. Counter. Okay, I'll say defensive counter. Fill. Put that as orange. Doesn't really stand out. I'm going to change it. We did yellow. I don't want to do red. Pink. It's kind of ugly. Looks like puke. How about straight orange? Yeah, too bright. Aqua. Just right. Okay, we'll go with Aqua. So defensive counter. So Black Order, all. And then I'll probably have to look up like ms.gg, msf.gg to actually see, just double check, because I haven't done all the counters. I've done a lot of them, but I don't know every single one. So it'd be worthwhile to double check. And if anyone wants to kind of correct me in chat if you know something works, I'm not, reliably. I don't mean punching down 100K. I mean, the very minimum, it has to punch across. If it punches across or punches up, I'll say it's a counter. If it can't punch across at a minimum, it's not a counter that I'm going to list here. So what I'm looking for is, so Blackwater doesn't need any changes as an offensive team because they counter everything. And that's kind of what I'm looking for is, let me see if I can move this over. There we go. And so say like Power Armor can only, and they can, or I'll use Supernatural. So say Supernatural can only counter like one or two different meta defenses of this list. What changes can I make to the Supernatural team for my roster that allow them to counter more or punch up more on the ones that they can beat? And that's what I'm kind of looking at tonight is how can I edit my groups, my Wartech teams to perform better. So insert one left, team power. And let's do a fill on this one again. It's getting kind of colorful here. I don't know if I want all these colors. Let's do gray. Try to dull it down. All right, team power, and then do that throughout. Oh, yeah, maybe. Can you, please? Gray? Anyone gray? Oh, come on, Google Sheets, work with me, buddy. Work with me. Oh, I'm not doing fill, I'm doing text. Ha! That's on me. All right, so black. All right. So team power here. I'll probably just do a fill color here as well and do this, kind of block that out and shorten this. Kind of just want to divide. Okay. So for the team power, Black Order, I have this written down. It's 593. My X-Men is 412. Symbiotes, it depends on which version I'm using. So, not typing. Type. Oh. What happened? 412. What did I do? So it's typing in the text bar, but it's not coming across in the block. Oh, it's gray on gray. Got it. Sorry. Getting used to Google Sheets. Okay, so it's not going to show that up. I'll say 378 for now because I wrote symbiotes. With Zemo, I'm 428, but I have a small anti-venom. So that is going to restrict what they can do. Sinister 6, 388, Inhumans, and again, not in any order. These aren't in order of best to worst, even though Black Order's at the top. Like Brotherhood is one of the more reliable war offense teams, and Supernatural is probably towards the bottom. Cool. And then Power Armor 314. Shield and Humans hybrid, I'll have to look up to see what I have them as. Hydra 2.0, I haven't built, so I actually don't know what they'll be. So I'll put that together tonight. Here in a second. Zing. This is Phil. Zing. Will that work? Well, I think it's going to say defensive counter there. I just want to pass off the aqua or whatever this is, but I think it's going to say defensive counter if I do that pulling down technique. So optional placements. What was this, blue? Which blue? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo? Nope, got it wrong. Okay, let's just do that to match. All right, and then free agents, I'll leave in white for now. And I don't have to use all these, and some of these are going to stay on defense probably. Sure, he's probably going to be on defense. Minerva and Vision I have on BKT, but I'm just going to listen to the options here just so I'm not boxing myself in and kind of leave my options somewhat open. Most of the other characters, like, Captain Marvel will probably stay on defense, but I just want to think in terms of if I added Captain Marvel to one of these teams, what could they do? And like, so say my Captain Marvel here is a beefy gal. She is, it's not offer. Another offer. Oh, I can do Red Skull or Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom it is. And I'm just going to keep beefing him up bit by bit. I didn't build him for the longest time because I wasn't planning on using him. But now I'm actually thinking about getting him up closer to 50k and more, and then using him, and then potentially putting Zemo somewhere else. Even though I think Zemo's pretty darn strong, I've seen more and more success with Anti-Venom running into teams like the new Shield and Human Hybrid and those kind of things. So anyways, so my Captain Marvel's 120k, 6 red star, only 3 ISO. Haven't been ranking her up as a priority, but tier 14. I almost regret this, especially because she's bio. Supposedly she's going to get a team here, I think this year at some point. We'll see. But I do like her. I liked her for a long time, but she's fallen off pretty hard, I'll be honest. She's not used in almost any game mode, barely even in PvP. She'll probably see more PvP action in this new restricted thing that they have going on with Mojoverse and all that, but with the restrictions. But pretty much just a blitz and a ward 2 now, and war defense primarily. So it's amazing how much she's really fallen off in utilization. But she's still a fun character, just not used much. And even in raids, she probably could. I think the Greeks, and they're kind of pulling her off the Greeks a little bit from what I've heard as well. So, anyways, so getting back to my sheet here, these are kind of the free agents that I'll look to potentially add onto the group here and see if I can make an improvement to, say, like Inhumans, because Quake and there's one left. Characters to remove and wrap. I probably should learn the. It doesn't show me like the key function here, like for the command, but I would usually learn those. So characters to remove, and then I'll put this one probably in red. Not pukey red. How about just red? That's too bright. That's again looks like puke. Okay. Characters to remove. So here, like so, in humans it would be Quake. Potentially add Miss Marvel. And this is going to be a bigger one that'll probably expand. So MM. You can do a lot here. So Shield and Hybrid, this is going to be, and I might just list out the team. I don't know. I think everyone knows what most of these teams are. It's really just the Shield and Hybrid team that people might not actually understand what it is. So I'm wondering if I need to add a list with the names of the characters that comprise the team here. It might be helpful, especially like Hydra 2.0, like what exactly version of that team is that? So insert one left, team, list. Okay, and then here, I get too colorful again. Sweet, this is some colorful nonsense. I wonder if I could get rid of the colors. I think I need to. This is looking like a rainbow. Theme list. Let me do it a little differently. Boom. Just want to use a few main colors, and even though they're different titles. Agents. Okay. I just wanted to alternate, and that way it's easier on the eyes because with all those colors it was too much. All right, so team list. Those I'm just gonna do it for the ones that we don't know about. So with Beast to clarify, Sin 6. So there are different versions of Sin 6, so I might add them. I'll use with Green Goblin. F4, SN, Power Armor, Shield and Humans hybrid. So, and I'm wondering if actually I'm going to use the same one or not. So if I use the Shield and Human hybrid, it would actually include Black Bolt. So it'd be Black Bolt, Yo-Yo, Crystal for sure, Coulson, and then maybe not even Fury. Maybe I could add Fury, and most of the defense versions include Fury. And then alternative to Fury, I could run Miss Marvel as well. So MM, Fury, Karnak. Those are kind of the options. I could put those over here as like optional replacements. I don't know who I would want to slot in there. Fury, if he uses, it probably depends on what you're trying to counter. Because if you're trying to go into like Marauders, and I'm curious if this team can handle Marauders straight up. He needs to be big because there's so many huge Marauder teams, but you probably want to run Karnak for his disrupt on Strife. But there's a lot of T14 Strifes out there, and I'm curious if like a T12 Karnak will actually disrupt him reliably. Hey, Sunbird, how you doing, bud? Hope you're having a good night. I saw you were doing trivia. It looked like you were kicking ass over there. You know your stuff. Fury, Coulson, BB, Crystal, and Yo-Yo. Yeah, it's a defense team. So I had him on defense this last war. Not Black Bolt, but I had the rest of them on defense. And I'm thinking about putting them back over on offense just to get really strong on offense. We punched up and we won, but it wasn't my best war. We punched up. I'm in Agents of Chaos, and we fought Prime. So and I'll go back over. I'll show you. 1 second. There you go. So we fought Prime in our last war, and we won, but it was like it was a race in the morning, and they were about a 12 or 13 mil punch up. Not a huge punch up, but Prime runs really heavily on defense. I used to be in this group too, but they're really heavy defense, and they run quite a few bow. I think they usually have somewhere between like 6 and 12 bow on defense, depending if it's an off war or an on war, and they have a lot of big. Ton of big 500K plus F4 with She-Hulk on defense, and a lot of 600K plus Marauders. And I was running out of options. And then they were also running the Shield and Humans team on defense too, and a lot of those were also 500K plus. So for punch-up wars, I'm thinking about how I can kind of like use my roster a little better to create more options for punching up into these big defenses. The ones that are punch across is pretty much just a race. So I'm not too worried about my defense anyways. It's just leveraging my roster to be able to punch up into the bigger teams. And usually I do pretty well in war, but this last one wasn't my best war by far. And I want to improve on that. So yeah. A high level endgame, I thought I heard it goes HBU. I'm not sure what HBU is. I might be just kind of overlooking something. He goes HBU. Oh, how about you? Sorry, but that's an acronym. I don't. I'm not terrific with all the acronyms. Yeah, doing good. Appreciate it. Having a good night. Just kind of relaxing. Kind of knocked out my stuff in Strike Force. So I'll probably hop on here. Well, actually, let me go back. Um, I'll show you. Boop. Um, get out of here. I gotta do an arena fight, but really, I think I'm just gonna be working on this for war. All right, let me get back. There we are. So I got a couple fights left. I'm probably going to hop up to 3 now, and then try to sit tight, and then see where I land when it gets closer to payout here in 40 minutes. Yeah, I was definitely impressed by your trivia knowledge, man. You were cranking those things out. Halfson's a good dude. He seems to be a good influence in the community. Happy to see him streaming. I hadn't heard too much about him, but he's definitely a positive um, person out there putting out good content from what I've seen. So, yeah, I think he's going to do really well as a content creator. And we won't put this on. I guess I'll put on Proxima and kind of like streaming broadcaster, whatever he wants to call himself. But yeah. I was trying to strip some stuff off of Thanos here. Um, but yeah, I'm curious, like on offense for War, if there's a couple of characters I want to take a look at tonight and see if they are better off on offense to really help punch up. One is Captain Marvel. I have a really small Young Avenger team, but I have a really big Captain Marvel. So I'm wondering if it's better. I've tried to put her in other teams, and like I just cannot find a team where like it seems like she's really performing well. Like no matter where I put her, it seems like mainly everyone's figured out that power armor just shuts her down with the defense up. So I'm thinking about this. Well, at this point in time, would she have better value on offense to help punch out up into some bigger war defense teams and take them out? Because right now on offense, or I'm sorry, on defense, got the Marvels. I think she's countered by, gosh, just about everything. She's countered by Power Armor, which is a really low value war offense team nowadays. They're okay. Um, and quite a bit of other stuff. I think Inhuman still counters them, even though CM does okay into Yo-Yo. Um, and do I want to use this? I think I need to. It's not going to do much damage there, but this isn't looking really great. I'm wondering what the heck happened because I'm getting kind of shell shocked here. I think it's because they got the taunt off on my, the stun off on my Cole, and I wasn't able to stun theirs. Yeah, I think this is gonna be my first loss in probably 4 or 5 days. This is definitely gonna be a loss. I'm not sure what happened, but and normally this is not the kind of team formation I use, but they probably picked on my Cole and Proxima. Oh gosh, yeah. Have you not? You haven't fought on Black Order very much. You're not using them yet. I've fought this probably 500 to 1,000 times now. So um, I don't know. On average, I lose about 1 out of every 20. There's still some RNG to it based on the turn order. Usually, I actually do not lose to Clintman, but I got rail in this one, so I might flip my team back to where I used to have it. The last few days, I've been tinkering out this different kind of setup just to see if I would like it more. But yeah, that definitely didn't go well, and I wasn't watching. But I think what I need to do, at least on offense, is I've been running it this way with Cole in between Thanos. Oh, it's funny. Everyone started doing the same thing now. Everyone switched to Cole in between at least one. So I actually copied Kit Jester, who's in my lines, and then these guys just switched to it too. So I must be getting some D wins out of that. So they must have realized, hey, this is actually a tougher setup. Okay, so I'll stick with it. So it looks like everyone converted. So people must be losing to my defense, and I just didn't know it because I haven't been dropping a ton lately. So it looks like everyone switched over to it. So that's funny. But yeah, that's the first time I lost to Clayman, but it looks like he switched his order too. So that might be why. Maybe this is just a tougher lineup or way. But yeah, I definitely got my butt kicked there. you're under 6 month played in mid game, so don't have a full team unlocked, and people in my arena may have one here or there, but uncommon. Oh, that's cool. I almost missed that, and I think a lot of the endgame players that you've probably listened to on stream have been talking about that for PvP. Um, I really don't have too much interest in whaling completely bananas like I did for Black Order. I'm not sure why I did it, but I just spent a decent amount, a few $100s on Black Order to buy the characters and rank them up. Nothing completely crazy. When Black Order first came out and was dominant in Arena, I didn't have them built up for a very long time, and it took until I cleared Dark Dimension 3 once, and then I put all the investment into Black Order, and then I started climbing up in Arena. This is the first game I've actually ever been like a high finisher. Like I finished first last night, but it was after payout. But I like a quarter of a second late. But I was in first place at payout last night, but I got seventh. But yeah, but every other game I've ever played, I've never really been a strong arena player. But I think it is more fun, especially where you're at for the variety, like you said. There's so many more options where you're not stuck just using Black Order to Black Order. I think for us in my shard, no one in the top 20. Usually there's one guy, I think it's Lebowski, that doesn't use Black Order. He's a little small, so maybe he's not as built into them. But I think when I see him on defense, usually when I used to attack him, he's using like an X-Men, Sinister kind of type of team. But everyone else in the top 30, pretty much, they all use Black Order. So there's little to no variety. The variety is their strength and their kind of placement, left to right. It looks like everyone's switching to some form of Thanos next to Cole now, which is different because before we were all hiding him over on the right hand side and he wasn't countering because Cole counters when Ebony or Thanos are hit. But now everyone's moving him back over somewhat. So that's a little interesting. I might go back over to what he's using. I'll think about that rather than having Ebony here where Corvus is. But anyways, and I'll probably wait here about 10 minutes, make another attack on my core tonight. We'll see. But yeah. Well, hopefully by the time you get up there, Sumner, what team are you using? Hopefully they're all farmable. A lot of them, I think everyone but Cole now are farmable. Thanos is a pretty late, mid to late. I don't know if you've unlocked Thanos yet, his campaign node, but he's farmable on a node now. Thanos is. I think for the first 2 years of the games, Thanos wasn't farmable, but now he is, so it's actually going to help out quite a bit. I think everyone but Cole Obsidian are farmable. And you should be able to get them up pretty fast. Oh, just unlock. Yeah, well, hopefully they do something with Cole, but they might hold them off to make people buy them, and that would kind of suck. I mean, I could see him being like a next milestone character to a certain regard, but I don't think he's quite at the level of Symbiote Spider-Man and Captain Marvel. Sorry, dog hair floating in the air in front of my face. I got an Australian Shepherd. He's a furry beast. But yeah, hopefully they make them available to everyone. I think it would be good here pretty soon. Definitely the next 90 days, 6 months. I think Cole should become farmable. They've been in the game long enough. All the people that wailed out on Black Order, we've all had our run with them. It's time that they're farmable for all the free to play to start accessing them, in my mind at least. And I'm completely fine with that. If everyone in my arena started growing their Black Order and I wasn't able to get top 10, top 20 anymore, I would think that's fine. I got my money's worth out of them. Emma Frost, yeah, I like Emma a lot. She's one of my favorite characters. I just pulled her off of my raid team. I was using her in U7.5 for a couple of months, and she was doing really well. And I just moved her off for Carnage. But she does really well in raids, obviously in war, but yeah, she's super strong. Hela, Black Bolt, SSM. Oh, you have a lot of really big characters for 6 months. That's a really strong team you got there. Did you do some spending on that team? Because SSM's a milestone character. You might have been able to get him for low stars, but unless you're paying, SSM's a hard one to get, and so is Emma. I don't know if Emma's farmable She might be in premiums and megas. I can't remember if she's in those yet. Um, Hella and BB, Black Bolt's the legendary. So for 6 months to get Black Bolt already, yeah, you're doing really well. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, with that roster 6 months in, assuming you built them up to T12, T13, you're probably placing really well in your arena shard. I'd imagine. And you can probably beat um, some Black Order. You're gonna have a hard time if they're 600k, but you can probably beat some 400k to 500k ones with some form of team like you kind of have rolling right now. If they get much bigger than that, it gets kind of tough if you're not using. Doc Ock seems to help them, the non-Black Order teams, fight into Black Order, but he's just a recent legendary. So I think he's coming around for a second pass though, so you might be able to get Doc Ock then, depending on how you built your X Force, which X Force isn't really a new player friendly group either. So unless you will on X Force as well, you probably won't get Doc Ock on the second pass. Um, and he's a pretty good legendary. I think he's going to have legs, but he's not like earth shattering, makes your roster feel 10 times better. Like when you first unlocked Ultron and Black Bolt and ranked them up, and even Hela, who you had, there's definitely a spike in the Symbiote Spider-Man Carnage for raids. That you see a noticeable jump in your performance for unlocking some of those characters when you build them up to a certain level. Doc Ock isn't quite that. He's a very good character as a solo character and used in a lot of different game modes, but he doesn't feel like he levels up your roster, your performance in war or raids meaningfully. I think he performs really well everywhere. He's like a Joker kind of character where he's like master of nothing but strong in everything. One or two people short on some teams. Yep. Yeah. Yo-Yo's um, Yo-Yo is a really good character. I don't have her built up very well, so I'll kind of kick back over and show you. And um, you don't have to. Like um, there's a lot of characters that are really good but aren't required. There's just I don't think there's enough game modes yet in the game that require us to have every team built up at the same level. But Yo-Yo is a fantastic character, but I only have her at T12. A lot of folks are getting a lot, have used her forever and ever in raids at T13 and T14. I only recently, I think in the last 6 months, got her like fourth and fifth star with some like lucky pulls. I had her at like 3 stars and like 4 stars and three yellow for a long time. And I just had a hard time building up to tier 14 because she's so small. And she's finally got 70k. And if I put her up to T14, she'd probably be around 90, I think, somewhere around there. Especially I did some T4s into her, which I still haven't upgraded her focus. But she's a great character, but she's not required. The human teams wins in war without her being T14, but they are significantly better if you T14 Crystal and Yo-Yo. But with 130k Black Bolt, you can pretty much get away. I put him up to 5 ISOs. I use him in my main raid team at U7.5. A lot of folks are using full symbiotes, but I'm still using kind of a hybrid group. And not necessarily the best, but this top team here is what I use for U7.5 in raids. And I'm running middle. I've also run the outside with this team. And I was running Emma for Carnage, but I've had I got a tip saying, "Hey, Carnage is performing really well. Give him a shot." I tried it out, and it clears faster. Yem is also very good, but the symbiote Spider-Man Carnage combo works really well. And it seems like you probably know that because you have both of them already unlocked, but they're a nice tandem. But yeah, Black Bull is still performing really well. I've heard a lot of people say he's fallen off. And maybe if you have like a really decked out symbiote team, you don't have a use for Black Bolt anymore for raids. But he still works really well with as a cosmic battery from Thanos, getting fed energy in U7.5. So personally, I still love Black Bolt. I had to buy his red stars up with some tokens last year, but it definitely is still good on him. But anyways, So I'm going to take a look at my war stuff and see where I'm at. Boom. Okay. And can you see? Nope. Nope. Display capture. Where'd you go? Let me fix this. Fit to screen. There we go. All right. Build my war offense, and I'm not sure if you guys are in competitive alliances for war. You're kind of casual and don't pay as much attention to it, but I'm in a pretty competitive war alliance. It's a big deal for us, so performance matters. So I got to occasionally look at what I'm doing and try to improve upon it. All right, so Shield and Humans Hybrid. I forgot what I had this team at. I think I have them saved. And you were asking about this, nerdy nerd. That's the team I have. So roughly 407K. And I don't know if Fury is going to be part of the team, but I'm using Crystal, Yo-Yo, Coulson with Fury and Black Bolt, and they really get nasty when they're all T14. But I've just been holding off. At some point, I probably will T14 them all, but not Fury. But I've been waiting for DD4 to come out, so I'm sitting on resources. But I think I have what I need to T14 them all, but they're just not a rush priority, so I'm holding on it. So anyway, so 407 for that. And then Hydra 2.0 with Red Skull. That team I haven't built yet, so that's not what I want to do. Done. Hydra. And I don't have a huge Hydra, but I've got some decent red stars on a few of them. And so the team's probably going to look something like, I don't know. I think he gives us a flex, so you want him next to Red Skull. It might be better to run it like that, but not them. So my Winter Soldier, Grenadier, and Crossbones are kind of pitiful. But they're definitely viable on this team. But I'm just thinking about what's going to best to pair with them. I probably have to play with this a little more and get a feel for it. It might be Crossbones is better than Trooper or Guard. Maybe just going all offense. Maybe that's the way to do it, is just to run Crossbones. He still can tank, and probably run him in the middle. Put Sniper over in the corner, maybe. And then Zemo feeding deflects to Red Skull and Crossbones. So that's 280, roughly 283, just rounding up. So pretty small. And that's why I really haven't used them yet, is it's a small team. And if for war, I can't use a 283K team for war. So I probably won't be using this team until I build them up more. So, and that's really a product of I haven't invested in their, let me go back. So number 30, I haven't invested in their abilities. So there's very few T4s on this team. And I probably haven't built them all up even at T12. So I probably need to gear them up more if I want to use them. So this is probably not going to be a team I use. And for the time being, I'm just going to delete it, because that's not going to help me get better. So they're out. Optional replacements for, and I'm going to say MM, Karnak, Quake, BW. I think that's it. All right, and then for this, I'm going to slot in Fury, even though I wonder if Miss Marvel is actually better for offense. I have to think about that. Might require some testing. It depends on the strength of your Fury and your Miss Marvel. If you have like 100K 6 red Miss Marvel, she might be a really strong off tank to keep pulling while Crystal heals. She could keep pulling Tawn away from Yo-Yo and Crystal. Um, but Fury is a better character all around. I just don't know if he's better for this team. So I'll think on that for a bit. For power armor, the other options are Vision, even though everyone's moved him off forever. I have a massive Vision. So I think it's just Vision at this point is the optional replacement for like Iron Man. Iron Man. And Quake. Oh, for here would be Fury. Supernatural would be Scarlet Witch. For the characters to potentially remove for a sub. The addition, I've heard Vision can be added on this team as well. But I'm wondering Ultron, Captain, CM. Those are the ones I'm really looking at to see if they can improve. Ultron, Drax. Sometimes Invisible Woman gets just nuked to start a fight. Like she's too slow to get her berry out to start. So sometimes just throwing in Drax, the team's just off and rolling, and then she's protected and the fight's safe. So it's kind of a weird addition because it kind of dumbs down what they do, but it also is just a very reliable floor. And you get rid of the RNG as to is she just 20% of the time going to just get annihilated by targeting. Okay, the character to remove would be Fang, HT. I think Mr. F is probably pretty solidly on the team with his passives. Put him there, but I think Fang seems to be the number one, and then Human Torch. Even though I've been taking Human Torch off before him, but I've been seeing really good results with Fang being pulled off actually. So I'll slot him in there and tip the cap to the folks that have already figured that out. Brotherhood is really strong as they are. They don't need anything. And humans, optional replacements would be not Miss Marvel. Well, actually, it would be Miss Marvel, but probably none. Scrap team. Scrap team. Make hybrid. That's pretty much the replacement option is get rid of the humans and then create the shielded humans. A little bit stronger for power, but also just much stronger characters overall. Coulson's much better than Karnak. Fury is much stronger than Quake. So that might be the direction I go, but I'll think on it. Sinister Six is fine as is. X-Force no changes, Symbiote no changes, and all these. So Teamless is just standard. Okay. And so I want to start thinking about is, so out of my free agents over here, would any of these guys make these teams better? So Ultron Drax for F4, Zemo for Symbiotes. I mean, potentially I could put Zemo in a lot of places. So I'm kind of thinking on him. I mean, I can even add Zemo on Supernatural to give them burst. He doesn't necessarily need to synergize with them. It's just, and also another thing that Supernatural does, and what makes them a weak offense team, or one of the things, they hit really fast, but then when they're defense up, Elsa and Ghost Rider attack into defense up before, and I think Mordo does as well, before Doctor Strange can flip. So as defense up, Doctor Strange is flipping after you've gotten all your turn one abilities out with the high damage. So you kind of find yourself, okay, do I just use basics turn one, flip, and then use the stronger abilities turn two? That's kind of counterintuitive, but that's kind of what Supernatural is kind of struggling with. Any teams that are around engineering that hit hard on turn one, and you're worried about not getting out damage on turn one, you're kind of struggling. So like a slower hitting team with defense up, Supernatural can survive, and they usually win. But a really fast, hard hitting team that has defense up on turn one, Supernatural is not really a great answer for currently, because they also rely on fast damage and getting out debuffs. And so maybe Zemo is a good option for them instead of Scarlet Witch, and that way he can get rid of all the defense up, and then Ghost Rider and Elsa are really able to hammer some folks, and Zemo could put ability block on somebody, and then put them into more of a, and they're already a control team, and that way they can control even more. Ability block on one high priority target, and then Mordo can stun another one on turn one too. So maybe that's maybe Zemo's a really good character for Supernatural instead of Scarlet Witch. So my Supernatural is really imbalanced too. That's another thing about Supernatural, is that a lot of folks don't build them evenly. Especially me. Mine is mainly red stars, but Ghost Rider's T14. 5 red star. Mordo, I pulled 5 red stars on. He's tier. Gosh, I don't know if that's tier 13. He might be 13. I'll check in a second. He might be 12 or 13. Oh, hold on. Give me a second. I'll do this an easier way. There they are. All right. I'm used to doing in Blitz because I wish they would just add like Black Order. You can't see Thanos when you're in your roster because he's an Eternal. He's not part of the Black Order. And I wish they would just give the full teams these tags so you could find them easily in your roster. It's nicer to look at the bigger images. What about Hela or Loki for Supernatural? They for a long time, actually, it's funny you brought that up. When Supernatural first came out, they came out before Asgardians did, and a lot of us were using Loki initially. Asgard is done, and before I pull them off, because I do actually have a pretty big Asgard, I need to talk to my war leaders and my captains to see if they're okay with it. For more of the lower teams, it doesn't matter. No one cares if you pull off your defenders or shield at this point because they can't beat anybody. They don't get defensive wins. But Asgard still pulls 600k symbiotes, and they only win to timeouts if somebody gets stuck in the Greg loop. So I'll show you my. I don't know if I can show it to you because it's on my war setup. I'd have to blank out the screen here. I can do that. Okay, 1 second. Let me do that. All right. I just can't show my war layout. I shouldn't be doing that. So I'm just loading war, and then I can show you the visual once I'm inside my room, but I can't show the full tree right now. All right, almost there. All right. Thanks. All right, sorry about that, guys. So this is my room. I'm in hangar. I really gutted this down. This is not my normal defense setup. It was much thicker before, but I removed some just to see. I want to play with them on offense, so that's kind of what I'm working around here, is to build this out and for my Excel sheet or Google Docs. But normally I never run Kree. So I haven't run Kree on defense for a year. But I might put them on there just because it doesn't matter now. There's so many teams just can't get war defense wins. So maybe just putting everything in offense is a better approach. I was thinking about collapsing Hydra because I don't really have them well built, but they're too small for offense too. Defenders are useless on defense, but and then my BKT also, Brotherhood just counters them so much. 749. Oh, I'm glad he. 1 second, sorry guys. Got to hop over here and make a arena attack. I'm glad he whispered me. Back down to 7. So I'm gonna take out Morph Shield here. And then I'm going to try to lock on something higher. I'll probably see if I can be Morph Shield, exit, try to lock on 3. And then this will take 10 minutes. Sorry, guys, but I do the arena payout thing every night as long as I remember to. You put your Korath on Mercs? Yeah, there's so many different versions of mercenaries that work really well, and it really just depending on your roster, what you want to do. Dang it, I'm not having great luck with the turnover here. So he forced me to flip first, and then he just healed like a mother. I'm struggling tonight. It's so weird. I wonder what's changed, but Oh, it's a setup again. I didn't want to use the setup. I wanted to put Thanos back over there. So I got to change this because it's not working well on offense. I'm just getting shellacked. Um, and then Thanos is hitting into both Ebony and my Thanos. So when he attacks, it's a bunch of AoE from them. So definitely going to change this. Don't like the way it's working. I'm going to go back to my old one that seems to be much more reliable. But I should still have a shot at this because I'm going to get to ult here or Thanos to die. I should still win, but I'm still not liking my setup here. I'll change this. All right, and then I got to sit on this for 3 more minutes. I apologize. I'll go back to my Google sheet while I'm waiting for this to get closer towards payout. I got to wait 3 minutes. Ta-da. Yeah, this is too dicey. I'm getting like rocked early in these fights. So I'll keep that on defense, but for offense, I'm going to get away from this setup. No bueno. Oh, don't finish. Dang it. I forgot to stall. I just got into like autopilot there, like raids. I was supposed to wait. All right, so that's not good. But I'll wait a little bit here. And I wonder if I should just core now. What the hell? I'll core. All right, I'm going to switch it now. I'm going to put Cole back over in the corner. Not you, Cole. All right, where's Corvus? All right, that's not exactly what I was using before, but let's try Ebony, Corvus. All right, that's what I was using before. I'm going to stick with this. Try that one more time. Sorry. Got a little itch. And I need to see if I can get out of this fight in 2 minutes. So this is going to be like a speed fight, hopefully. Yeah, don't build up Kree, man. They're not worth it at all. And Furies, I've heard it might actually be a static legendary pretty soon. But farming Kree is... Fury's not worth focusing as a priority, in my opinion. I can't remember if he chains or is required for anything specifically. I want to say shield is required for something. I just can't remember what it is. Sorry, I've had all these legendaries for the most part, the older ones, unlocked for so long. It's hard to remember what the unlock requirements are. They don't really have anything in game that's kind of like spells it out for players, so you have to go online to research. And then I just forget because I don't look it up very often, but I should. I'll build like a key for myself so I can talk about it more on stream with players. But yeah, Kree, even like 2 years ago, Kree were a miserable farm. It took forever to farm them, and they were very unrewarding. They've never been a good team, and we just had Scopely at Foxnex back then. It was Foxnex. They forced us to build, to farm them, to build Fury, and at the time he was the best. He was the best team. Was the Shield Fury team. So that was painful, but we did it at the time. But now Fury's not one of the better legendaries. Star-Lord, Iron Man, and Fury are definitely the worst ones. My first 7 Red Star pull was actually on Star-Lord, and my only 7 Red Star pull. I haven't pulled anyone else's 7 Reds. And even then, he wasn't good. So I was like, oh no! Finally pulled one, and it's I got like, hey, I'll take it over like a minion, but he's not very good. I'm gonna put this over on him to get rid of, and I need to hurry that up. All right, so I'm just gonna put this in auto because I need to get out of this fight and then try to. Actually, I'm not gonna be able to lock on one. I mistimed this. I'm gonna be stuck on. I'm going to be stuck on 3, so I'm going to be a sitting duck. I'll probably finish top 15. I'll see if I can lock onto 2. Someone's going to have 1 locked up already, and so I'll see. I'm probably going to have to core. Oh, 1 was not locked up. That's crazy. Okay, that's weird. This must be just like everyone's used to the holiday week and going slower. Usually a kid locks everything up forever. I can't believe I got up into that. That's weird. All right, so I'm going to launch the fight, and then I'll read your chat. I know I got time, so I have to wait 5 minutes to complete this fight, so it'll be a slower one. Yeah, Korath. So to your point though, Korath is pretty good on mercs. I heard so the people are running Korath and Ultimus on mercs that can counter some tanks. So like a team like Brotherhood, it does really well into Blob and those kind of things in Juggernaut. I used to run that for a little bit, but I kind of backed away from building up Ultimus after I cleared DD3. He's kind of like a trophy character. He's still not that great. He has very niche use, and all right, I'm just going to try to strip because I don't want her to get a bunch of counters, and hopefully my Thanos can flip here. Okay, this should be a win at this point, even though it didn't start out very well. And yeah, if you have any questions about the mechanics of this fight, like no one's walking you through it or curious how this stuff works, it's very turn sequence based more than anything. Probably more than any other kind of matchup that's a mirror. This one's very much turn sequence and manipulation of that. All right, so I'm gonna throw out my ult. It won't be a snap because I have offense down and he's got defense up. But it got rid of one there. Gonna try to stun Cole. And it looked like I got him stunned. All right, and I'm gonna watch the clock here for when the minute's gonna turn over. So for Arena, when you're trying to go for a top payout, you start watching the clock. And then as soon as it hits the minute change, you see what second that's gonna be attached to. Um, so somewhere around 43 to 44. Okay. And you're trying to line up your last attack. Oh, the $100 creep pack. Yeah, no, that was all bad, man. The $100 creep pack was trash. I think OMG was ranting about that for a long time. It was just it wasn't good for the community at all. Um, he gets a lot of death proofs, so I'm going to try to work on him. That should kill him. And then, oh, the counterattack! I blew it! Oh! No! Oh, no! Oh, I didn't see that. Dang it. That was so bad. So that's not what I was going for. So I'm not going to finish it first. Someone's going to beat me because they're going to be attacking me from behind, and then I'll finish right before 8 o'clock in 2 minutes, and then I'll fall down to somewhere in the top 20. Um, oh, the counterattack! I didn't get that right. So do as I say, not as I do. But yeah, so basically in Arena, you're just trying to line up your last hit to be like within a second before payout. And then that way, when all the other people are chaining on top of you in Arena, you're the ones finishing last, but as close as possible to payout, but just before. And that secures you your highest finish. If you finish like I did 2 minutes early, whoever is attacking you but finishes afterwards is going to take your spot once they come out of their fight, and you're going to drop all the way down to wherever the end of the chain was. So I'm probably going to fall a pretty good ways here, I would think, if there's chain. So whoever was attacking me at 3, and then if anyone was attacking them below that, and I'll just get chained back. So I should know here in about a minute. Darn it, misplay. But it's all good though. I don't sweat it. Like I'm fine with top 20 finishes, and again, I'm just not used to being high up in my arena shard in the game before. So for me, it's kind of cool just to try for it. I don't always get it. Really, you're just look at all these smiles. Oh, you had steak tonight. You're just such a happy girl. Yeah. Um, she loves it when it's like winter and she's warm in the house. Like she feels like secure and safe and fed. She's like a little glutton. Um, cool. So I don't think I have much else to buy tonight. We're on the shop stuff. Um, and then for my roster, I'm really only doing building up 2 characters right now, Anti Venom and Red Skull. I was going to get Red Skull, the last piece to tier 12, then I'm going to stop on him. But yeah, you feel like GR, also Hella Loki, and Mordo. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, that'd be really strong. Um, I agree. I've been hoping that, and so my Scarlet Witch is terrible, but I have this big Vision. So Vision was actually my first six Red Star pull about a year and a half ago, right after Red Stars came out. Within the first I don't know 4 months of Red Stars, he was actually my first big pull, and I've been looking forward to that rework for Vision and Scarlet Witch for a long time. But they due to COVID, their show got delayed, so I don't know if when that's coming out. And I imagine they'll do a rework closer to that. It's inevitably going to come out in the next couple of years, I imagine, but they just keep pushing it back. So I imagine there's some kind of delay in the production of that TV show. So that's why we haven't seen it. But I don't know. I just heard Disney's moving forward with a Ahsoka Tano spin-off show for the Mandalorians. So if they're already like really considering new shows, I imagine the Vision one. I think that was also Disney. I imagine that one has to be closer to completion and getting released, but I haven't seen any commercials or talk about it, so I couldn't say. I don't watch a lot of the content stuff for like news and rumors about Marvel releases, so I'm definitely not on the cutting edge of what's coming out or rumored for timelines. Um, Strange just takes a bit to get going. Yeah, it really depends on your Strange. So if your Strange is weak, you're not going to want to use Strange. Where's my Strange? And then this last 6 months, I pulled a six Red Star on him, and I've had him at T13 for a while, but I think I had him at four Red Stars before, and I pulled a six. So I have a pretty decent size Strange. You don't have to do this because it flips it at 90%. You can if you just really want the security of that. The Book of Shanti is a really good upgrade. And if I ever needed a hybrid team, I probably would. So that way he'll revive two characters. Um, I haven't done this. I'm just going to do that one. I've been sitting on a lot of T formats, so I'll just do that. I actually forgot that I didn't do that forever. And it's because I didn't have a really good Strange. Um, but yeah. Um, and I probably want to give him extra health, so I'll get him up to four ISOs for that extra 10% health here in a little bit. But yeah, he's a little definitely slower. I want to say he's around 100 speed, 108. So not the slowest, but definitely he goes after the rest of the team. So on the supernatural team, oh, you're just feeling it tonight. Yeah, yeah, you're nice and toasty. You got the heater on. I think Ghost Rider's like 124 speed, 127. Elsa, I think, is just behind Ghost Rider. And Mordos has to be on that team though, so you're right. She's 114. So that kind of is how it works. But I find a lot of times with Elsa, it's defense up. You want to use her scatterguns rather, but it's defense up, so it doesn't really do much. Um, and that one's offense up, but it's not piercing, so it doesn't do a whole lot. So you usually just sit on it. So you open with her basic a lot of times. So I don't know if Elsa's like you're getting at is required. She does a hell of a lot better though when you're not doing defense up fights, and then she can really help you burn through stuff. And everyone's teams, the Red Stars are going to look different in how they're built. I would say for sure Ghost Rider, Mordo. For me, I would use Strange and drop Elsa. I don't think if I was going to use Loki and Hela, I would probably drop the two on the right because his revive mechanic is really strong. And he can also flip a lot of regens and those kind of things. So he has a good potential to flip defense up to defense down and that kind of stuff. So if they get a taunt, you can always just flip a taunt to get onto a higher priority target. But if you have it reverse and you have like a 100k Elsa and a 60k or 80k, something lower, Strange, yeah, Elsa's probably fine. But yeah, I need to think about that. Avengers Wave 2 with CM versus Scarlet Witch, or with Scarlet Witch, I mean. Strange feels like it makes too much sense not to do it. Wave 2. Spidey's a lot for him to do. Oh gosh, Spidey. Yeah, my Young Avengers is. You probably have a bigger Young Avenger team than I do. I have a really small Young Avengers team. It's one of my worst teams. I just finally started pulling better Red Stars, believe it or not, within the last 30 days, I had American Chavez at 2 red stars, and she's been out for a long, long time. Uh, this team, for whatever reason, has just hated me for red stars. I can't pull them for red stars to save my life. Miss Marvel still is only at 3 stars. She's one of the first characters that came to the game, and she's only 3 red stars. I just can't pull her. It's just weird. I've opened just thousands upon thousands of red star orbs and just never gotten a good pull on Kamala Khan. Um, yeah, they're not very viable. I heard rumors sometime this year they're supposed to get like Hulkling and some other character to boost them up. Even with Captain Marvel, the problem is my Captain Marvel's 110, 120k, something like that, and these characters are all so low. They're just so imbalanced. They're just not threatening. So it's basically just a team of one, and none of these characters even matter. So for war defense, there's no use. I can't use any of these characters for a war offense. They're just not viable. And um, even when they did the rework, there was very little synergy when Squirrel Girl was coming out. They did a rework for them, and a lot of people were getting hyped about it. But when I read the kits, they just didn't do enough for Miss Marvel and Spider-Man, especially Miles, to help them, and Chavez as well. There's just very little synergy on the team other than the best thing that has happened to them. It was actually not Squirrel Girl, even though she's good for the team. But the best synergy they have recently is ISOs. The ISOs with that the brawler mechanic where you put Striker on everybody and Skirmisher on Miss Marvel, and then you get the 3 hits on every attack. So they attack, she assists, and then the main character whose first turn it was attacks again, and that is actually pretty strong. So if you have them all, really well built and ISO'd that way, it can get pretty strong. But you have to have such a high investment in them; it's not worth it. But yeah, for wave one, like or wave two, like you were talking about, where are they at? So wave one, I'm not familiar with the wave two. I only know the wave one tag. So if there's like a second wave that you're kind of referring to, let me know. But yeah, so I use Thor with him. I got a war defense win last war, but normally I run him with Asgard. But recently I just switched him over to run with Wave One, and I think I put Drax with in his place on Asgardians. I don't know. I'll probably move that around somewhere else. But it's not a tag. Oh yeah, I think so too. And because they're doing numerals like that, I think they probably have plans. Wave One makes sense to have Wave Two and such, even though I think it's a little weird. I wish they probably just did come out with another tag for not aspiring. Forgetting. Um, Uncanny. So Uncanny, and what was the other one? I'm forgetting all these tags now. Um, Amazing. Remember Amazing? I'm just they're coming up with all these different names. It's hard to keep track of them now because they're not in the game really. Um, where is it at? Aspiring? No, it's not aspiring. Maybe it's not a tag yet in the game. I saw it I think it was in the blog post today, where they had Uncanny X-Men, and then there was another one. Um, I'm forgetting. I'll have to go back to my Discord. I think we were talking about it in Discord earlier today too. Astonishing. So they're coming out with Astonishing X-Men. And so yeah, Astonishing X-Men is going to be released as well. I think they're supposed to be, yeah, you said it right. They're supposed to be a raid oriented, and I'm not 100% certain on that. They just list a little hint when they tied in Beast to be an Astonishing that they might be kind of tying him in to be a raid oriented team. So yeah, I'll be curious if that's what they're doing. I'll be honest. I hope it's not. I'd be so bummed if Nightcrawler, Iceman, Rogue, and Gambit come to the game and they make them raid oriented. That's I'd rather use them for raid than symbiotes personally because I don't really care about symbiotes. Like they're really strong, but like I just don't know the characters. I have no idea who Anti Venom is. I never read a comic or seen a cartoon or a movie with Anti Venom, so I'm not saying he's not kick ass. I don't have any like emotional or sentimental ties to Anti Venom. Um, I like Venom a lot. Venom's fun. I wish he was stood taller. They use a lot of Hulk, Venom. They have him bent over too much. I wish they were taller, kind of like more like he was in the movie. He wasn't crouched like that, even in the cartoons and all that stuff. He usually wasn't so squat. But yeah, I hope they give us more things to do with these characters than just pigeonholing them. Hopefully, they give them a lot of uses and they're fun in a lot of modes, rather than just okay, here's your new raid team who you don't need for anything because we already have a good enough raid team. But if you want to buy them just to use them in raids as an alternate, you can. And then you're kind of like building them up just because you love the characters, like their lore. You're not building them up because you need them. So I'm hoping they make us need them for something, and hopefully not Dark Dimension, personally. But yeah, yeah, I hope they're war, and I actually hope they don't make them more offense or defense. I hope they just give them a war tag, and that way some people can use them on defense, some people can use them on offense. Just and that gives variety to war, so it's not so pigeonholed. And depending on your war strat, because I like that there are teams like Prime who we just faced that are more defensive oriented, but everyone at the top really, besides just a few, are very very offensive focused. And so hopefully they give us more teams that could be used on both, and that way we can start getting more creative. Like a lot of what's holding back the community from getting creative with kind of team composition is so many of our the characters for war have very specific tags, and that way you have such strong benefits to use them in one mode over the other that you're kind of handicapping yourself. Oh my god, no one was attacking me, so I got first place. Booyah! I'll take it. It's probably been like a week or two since I got first. I finished last night first, but I was after the buzzer, so I actually finished too late because Chorus's animation to kill was too long. I thought it was about like a second long, and it ended up being like a 2 second animation. So and then I just didn't calculate it right. But yeah, that's cool. So nobody was attacking me. That's fun. Um, I remember the first time because it's in your achievements. I remember the first time I I unlocked first. This is always fun when you see it. I hate first, but like it took me like a year and a half of playing until I was anywhere near the top of my shard, and then I finally got first once, but I couldn't hold it. I got like during the middle of the day, and then I immediately got knocked down and they kicked my butt. But it was fun to just finally get that because I think I had my first year of playing. I think the highest I ever got was like I don't know 20th, and then towards like a year and a half, I started getting to like sixth or seventh. And then I remember when I finally hit first, even though I didn't get the payout, I just got it at some point during the day. It felt like an achievement. Hey, you got to the top of the mountain at some point in time, and no one can take that away from you. Like anytime you look at your player profile, even if you never got the payout or if you never held it or just had it for like a millisecond, it's always going to show you with a one next to your all-time arena rank. That just felt good for some reason to me. And then the latest ones, it's fun. It just shows mainly that's just showing that you're active. That's what this is showing is that even if you're not one, like your top 20, it shows that you're active in your shard. And that way, when you apply to alliances, they see that hey, this person's actively accruing cores daily from their arena shard, and they're going to be able to help out and do core refreshes for war to buy currency and that kind of stuff. And they're not going to breed adrenaline on the alliance. So, anyways, let me just use my little energy now that it came up, and then I'm going to hop over and start building these teams. But yeah, for wave one, like you were talking about, I'll take a look back at that. Just 1 second. Let me get back over there and I'll do that. Okay, I'm out. So I formed for this currency. I'm not sure if you're on these ones at the end yet or not, where you're at. You probably are not. Oh, you get Isotope. You should be doing Isotope. I don't think that's locked. It might have a level lock, but I think everyone has access to that as far as I know. But I'm doing these main ones with a little specific unique icon here. The ions. Yeah, ions. So I farm these notes first, and then once I'm done with all those on the first 2 pages, then I go back and I'll do a specific lesser one. But they give more ISOs per energy, and that's what I'm out of. I do okay with the specific things. Later I'll probably run out of those too, but the main drain is building up enough ions, so I farm those specific 6 nodes first, and then I do the rest. Anyways, and then I have campaign energy to spend, and yada yada yada. Just gonna check to see. So I did do Sonic, mainly farming. Proxima is the one I'm trying to build up. And other than that, I'm doing Catalyst. Um, so I think I'll do this one. All right. So for wave one, like you were talking about, the scene. Yeah, for Iceman, I hope they for Iceman they give him some of the Capcom style animations. I didn't play that game an absolute ton. Like some people just OD'd on Marvel versus Capcom, but for whatever reason, those animations just stick out in my mind. Iceman had really unique animations in that game, so I'm hoping they give him some fun stuff, and it's just not like boring. Because Iceman's kind of like Mysterio, where they have a really cool potential to do fun stuff, but they went really boring with Mysterio's kit in game. They gave him a really dumbed down basic kit. And he has one of the most, I'm like not a fanboy of Mysterio, but just from a potential standpoint, like Rhino is like a really boring character. Rhino basically just bashes you with his horn and runs forward and tanks. We know he's going to be a tank. That's pretty much what he does. I mean, other than just building a bunch of like stats and passive stuff into his kit, Rhino's pretty much just a wall. Like that's what he is in every game, and he hits hard when he runs forward to hit. But Mysterio can do all sorts of stuff. Iceman can do all sorts of stuff. So I'm hoping they get creative with what they do with Iceman, and he's not just like an Emma Slow and then just a complete support character. But I get a little worried because the game a lot of times likes to make one overpowered tune on a team, and the rest really, um, especially if they have a legendary on the team. Usually the legendary outshines everybody, and the rest of the team is pretty wah wah. Um, or usually it's like super strong one character, then like below that it's a couple tiers, and then like a couple of characters on the team that are relatively strong, and then two characters that are pretty much useless except for their have some kind of passive synergy with the team, so they're included. But they're really under like Inhumans, Quake and Karnak are really underwhelming. They're like barely tied to the team just because of passives. Otherwise, as soon as new Inhumans come out, like the wife of Black Bolt, etc., they're not going to be used because their kits are going to be too aged and they're not going to hold up. Um, but yeah, I like this team with Wave One, and so the one I don't use is Iron Man. Iron Man for me is on. I know some people use Iron Man on this team, and they sub out Iron Man on Power Armor, and potentially I could do that because again I have that 100K vision, so I'm thinking about potentially pulling off Iron Man and using using vision. Um, so the teams I currently don't use are this team and everything else I do have, and it's currently set up. So really the question is, do I get rid of my Inhumans team to create this team and kick Quake and Karnak potentially off the team? Um, Karnak. I'm not sure if he has CK or just a K. I'll go with just K. I don't know. Um, so X-Men can counter Mercs as ASG. Um, they can't beat a Marauder punching across. F4, I think they can beat. And that might depend on if She-Hulk stuns Dark Phoenix, but I haven't done that a bunch of times. Shield. They can beat Wave 1, though. Yeah, I think they can beat Wave 1. They can beat BKT. BKT is best Kree team, which is usually that Minerva Guardians team. And then they can beat CM, or else put Young Avengers. And Sin 6 they can't. And boom. Then Symbiotes. So they can beat. I think I've heard they can beat Emma Marauder. So I need to do more testing with symbiotes. The problem with for me is I don't have symbiotes built up very well with antivenoms. My antivenom is only about 35, 34K, so I'm not using them yet. So in the terms of what I have access to with Zemo instead of antivenom, or else a very low antivenom. So I'll probably use the very low antivenom version. I'll say they can beat ASG, but not Marauders. I tried them last war with Zemo into Fantastic Four and got my butt kicked. It was going really well, and then She-Hulk hit her 5th passive and flipped all the debuffs into positives. Or no, she threw them all on my team and cleared them all from her team, and that was brutal. So I'm not going to say F4. They potentially can punch across into Hydra, though I think they're more reliable punching down. So they probably can, but with my version of the team, I'm going to say no. They can definitely beat the Shield Hybrid. We saw that last war a bunch of times. I don't believe they can beat Mercs because the blind really cripples them. Though I could be wrong about that. They potentially could beat the Mercs if they can outlast Taskmaster, but I'm going to hold off on saying yes. Wave 1 Avengers, I know, is not their best counter because of the Hulk and Black Widow cleanse. I think they could probably win, but I'm going to say not the best matchup that I really want to be targeting. They can beat BKT, and they should be able to beat Young Avengers too. And Sinister Six, I think I've seen people counter Sinister Six with symbiotes, but mine's going to be too small to do that. X-Force is almost all. I'm trying to think if they cannot counter somebody here on the list. They maybe might not be able to counter Hydra even, but for all intents and purposes, I'm going to say all, and just leave it at that, because I'm pretty sure they can counter everybody. All right, for Sin 6, they can counter everybody too, though they're more like a soft counter to everybody rather than a hard counter to none. Like Emma Marauders has a very, like Sinister Six has a very strong potential to time out versus almost any of the other sustained teams. Everyone starts healing back and forth on both sides, and then you'll be playing 3 minutes of the fight on full auto and be sweating bullets trying to see if the fight finishes on time. So for me, I'll say they can counter the Marauders. I don't know if they can counter Asgardians or not. I'm trying to think if they'll get offense down on Hela. I don't know the turn order. I'm going to hold off on saying yes. They probably can, though. I know they can counter F4. Definitely can counter Shield. I don't know about Merch too much. I'm going to say hold off. They can counter Wave 1. BKT. Young Avengers. Sin 6. They can do them here. Okay. Then for Inhumans, for Punch Across, it depends on how the teams are built, but assuming they're built right, I'll say F4, Hydra, Shield, Wave 1, BKT, Young Avengers. That's it. But versus the big boys, 379 is pretty small. So I might start color coding these two to show like where I need to get them bigger. But and then Brotherhood is good against Shield. They can. I'm going to include Mercs, even though they can't directly punch across very well, but they can slightly punch down and win reliably. But I'll put Mercs because they can counter them. Wave 1. I think they can win Wave 1, but it's not a great counter. They beat BKT. They beat Young Avengers. I think those are the ones that I know. There might be more teams that they can counter, but those are the ones that I'm pretty certain of. Um, for Fantastic Four on offense, they'll counter. They're not used for as Guardians anymore because they weren't very reliable. With Drax, they could, but everyone's pretty much given up on the Drax version of F4. Um, they'll beat F4 in the mirror. They'll beat Shield. I don't think they beat Mercs, though I be honest, I haven't tried that matchup F4 versus Mercs. I don't know. They can beat Wave 1, BKT, Young Avengers, and they might even be able to punch across into Sin 6. Maybe. Maybe. I'm going to say no, though, for the time being. All right, in Supernatural, it's a short list. Can't beat Emma Marauders, can't beat us Guardians. I don't think they can beat F4. Maybe. Really depends on what Shield's going to cleanse. So it's going to hold off and say no. They can beat Shield. They can beat Wave 1, BKT, Young Avengers. All right, and then Power Armor is basically Defenders. So not something that's not even on my defense list. So I'm going to take that off because that really doesn't matter. Who can they beat? So with Ultron, they can beat the Marauders, but I'm not using that version. Plus Ultron. And versus the big ones, I've heard they have a hard time with it. So put that in yellow. Okay. Can't beat as Guardians. Can they beat F4? I think they can probably beat F4. They can beat Shield. Can't beat Mercs. They can probably beat Wave. Depends. There's probably a power limit on that because Wave 1 gets so tanky. I'm going to say Wave 1, but I'm not 100% certain. There might be a power band on that. BKT they beat. And Avengers they beat. And they do not counter Sin 6 reliably above like 375. They're dicey. So I'll save that. Okay, now what I will look at is I want to take out from Inhumans to consolidate. So my top win for the problem is my power armor is freaking tiny. They are so small. So if I subbed out Iron Man, I could put in Vision, but they lose the crit bonus. So gain 10% extra crit chance, apply 10% extra crit chance to tech allies. Apply 10% extra crit chance all allies. So they lose 20% crit. Gain 5% damage per power or Wave 1 Avenger. So your team loses 20% crit chance, and then Vision passive doesn't benefit power armor. So Vision's passive is just defense up, but that Ironheart already gives this. So gain 20% extra dodge chance, gain defense up for 2 turns. Ironheart replaced him and does the exact same thing. And I'm sorry, at least with this, the on-spawn all tech allies gain defense up for 2 turns. Ironheart does that. So for all intents and purposes, the only thing that Vision has for his passive that would help or that's effective on the team is getting 20% extra dodge chance. So, damn it, he's not really benefiting them. And that's why everyone went away from him to begin with, because his passive was neutered for benefit to the team. All right, so nerd, have a great night, man. Thanks for hopping in. Take care. I'll catch you over on another trivia channel at some point, but have a great night. Thanks for hopping in. Um, um, so thinking about that and how that would help me out. Um, so I think Iron Man's somewhere around 55K. Vision's at 100K. So Vision's at 106. Iron Man's at 64. So basically 40K higher. So my power armor would jump up from 314 to 355. But I would lose 20% crit chance for Falcon, Iron Man himself, and War Machine, Ironheart. So that would, gosh, I don't know if that damage is balanced out. So the team power would be higher, but they may not be a better team with Vision over Iron Man. It's kind of dicey. The ability block would be nice. So in turn one, Iron Man usually basics, so you don't get much out of Iron Man on turn one. Vision can either clear buffs or else he can throw an ability block, but you lose all the crit. And I have them set as raiders, all of them, so they're critting a lot and put a lot of vulnerable down. So I think all that's helped them with ISOs. The ISOs has really helped all their AoE. But I wonder how they perform with Vision instead. You can ability block, you can clear buffs, and then 105K is basic, still hurts like a mother. Put some bleeds down. Torn. I think it's probably pretty close, to be honest, the value between Vision and Iron Man. I'll add it as a team and maybe try it in Blitz or something like that and see how it kind of feels. Kind of comparatively. You can. You okay, sweetie? You have a bad dream? Love you, sweetie. All right, so take him out, and I think I'm stuck in Hydra. There we go. Where's Vision at? So Vision. All right, so the team jumps up to 355. Looks weird with Vision there, to be honest, because I'm so used to seeing Iron Man. But I'll save that team. Maximum slots reached. Oh no. I think I'm just gonna. Gosh, am I gonna get rid of these teams? I guess I'll get rid of the hand for the time being. We definitely need more team slots. I didn't know I was actually so close to being out. I'll get rid of the Hydra because I know I'm not going to run the Hydra 2.0. So I might as well get rid of that. And these are my Blitz for Blitz Sim, so I'm going to keep those for the time being. Eventually I'll change those, but leave those in. And some of these are some ugly teams. Ugly. I think this is probably better than that team. I'll move it up. This seems pretty trash. And Wakanda. Where's Wakanda at? Wakanda's probably better than Young Avengers. Probably better than that team. Okay. All right, where's my power? This is my Blitz team, not my War teams. Try that again. Save. All right, squad saved. See what? So I'm at 8.3, which probably is not a fair fight, but I can probably beat that team. Ooh, Stripes can pull Ton. I can't get to him. Okay, so let me try this one just to see how it does. It's a big punch up, but this might actually reflect like punching up in war or trying to attack in war to see how they do. Um, so I kind of just want to test this out. Definitely not blitzing more than I have to, but I haven't used this version of Power Armor, so I want to see if it sucks. And these guys will hit hard enough to where it might actually. Oh, that's kind of cool. They have two different ability block chances now between Vision and Rescue. Man, she's getting cracked over there. I'll throw this out. Okay, got an ability block on Spider-Man. Um, Pretty basic fight. Then we'll see if they can hold on. Ooh, Punisher is just walloping me. My Ironheart's really small. So I need to get him out of the fight. Pronto. So that was pretty good, considering they're still getting vulnerable out. So that's working okay. Vision hits pretty good. Okay, so that wasn't bad. I mean, the regular other version probably still wins this fight too. So I'm not sure Vision did anything that was like jumped out at me. But considering I lost Ironheart before her turn two, that went pretty well. Um, Let me try it one more time. I don't necessarily want to do 160k punch ups, but um, okay. But then where would Iron Man go is the question. Does he have any value anywhere? Because he's adding crit to tech allies. Um, BKT, so the Guardians on war defense. Um, that'd be disbanding my 500k version. So I guess I could put them there instead of Vision. I could put Iron Man and give Rocket Raccoon and Star Lord crit chance. I can't remember if it's tech or power armor though for Iron Man. If it's only power armor, then that wouldn't be any good. Tech ally, so he does give it to tech. Oh, so it's 10% to tech, an additional 10% to power armor. So he's only going to get 10%, but it's better than nothing. So potentially I could swap him in. All right, so let me try that. 1 second, guys. I gotta black this out, put visor up, display down, and I'm gonna go into war, and then I gotta go dark screen because I'm gonna go into my war defense for a second, and then let me change that. And I'll try it on this next war, and see if that performs any better. And then for instead of Vision, I don't know if Iron Man's the best option. He might not be. It might be somebody else. So I'll think on that. Set team and amount. All right, and now I can show you the screen again. Perfect. So I'll try Vision on. That's one thing I'll do. So I'll say PA. My list. Sorry, you can't see my screen. All right, there we go. Is going to be IH. Rescue, Res, WM for War Machine, FAL for Falcon, and Vision. Okay. I gotta highlight that I'm including him here. Nope, no, not what I meant to do. Do white. I just highlight him. I don't think I have to like highlight the lettering for him. Let's do green. Nope. Nope. Vision. Thought I did blue, but it ended up being green. How about blue? There we go. All right, so I think that stands out enough. Supernatural. I'm tempted to try the Zemo thing. So for them, I'm thinking about that. So if they're only 364 right now. So if I added, instead of my 40K or whatever she is, Scarlet Witch, let's see where she's at. So for Supernatural, instead of 44K Scarlet Witch, she's only tier 11. Um, Actually, I really haven't invested in her much. So instead of 44K Scarlet Witch, and possibly even dropping Elsa, I could add Zemo or Captain Marvel. So I'm going to remove Vision because I'm using him elsewhere. I don't know if Ultron helps them because Ultron's kind of a slow roll, and I don't think they benefit from him. They almost want. I think Zemo's the fit. So let me try Zemo. So we're gonna go back, put my cam on. Cool. And I'm gonna try this in Bliss. I think I'm at 8.3. Yep, so let's try Supernatural. Where are they at? There they are. Pull her out and throw in Zemo. Somewhere. Pass them. Alright, so another 408. So instead of 364, it would be 408. Let me see if I can get something with like defense up. Might have to do a couple battles until I can find something good. I could try it as Guardians, but 180k punch up isn't exactly what I want to go for. But that might actually emulate. That might actually emulate war. I don't necessarily want to take my this into as Guardians in War though. I mean, I could try it, but I think they'll just get nuked. I don't think they can handle the damage coming out of Thor, so I don't even want to go there. It's a weird team. It's kind of a speed team, and let me see if I can do something else real fast. And then I'll go back to that team. Let me just get a quick win, and then I'll move back. See if I can get different matchups that are worth testing out. So the idea with Zemo and Supernatural is Scarlet Witch doesn't really fit their speed of the team of kind of going fast and hard right out the gate. And then Zemo can help in engineering by taking out the defense up. So he'll open, clear the defense up from the team, and then start to punish them for it with Ghost Rider and Elsa. So that's the intention there. And put this on auto, get through it, and then I'll move back to my Supernatural experiment. Again, what I'm trying to do is get not the exact, the biggest, strongest, though I do like his suggestion, some nerd. So I'll put this for Asgardians as his, I'll put Asgardians, or no, not there, Supernatural, Hela, Loki as potential replacements for Elsa and Scarlet Witch. So maybe I'll try them both ways. So I'll try it. I'll try that two different ways. So let me see if I can get a team with go back. Supernatural. I don't have it saved, so I just need to create it again. I think they're up higher somewhere. All right, there they are. Hey, sweetie. All right, so I'm going to try the first version. I'm going to try Zemo, and then I'll try the other one. So Zemo, and then hopefully I can get a good match here. So this one's good. I'll try the Loki. That doesn't really. That's not what I'm trying to do there, but I can try that one. Don't want anything to do with that. Ooh, Shield. This might be good, but there's no Fury or Coulson. Uh, it's a little less than 100k punch up. I kind of wish they had Fury there. Um, and then this one with Loki, it's not really representing anything. So I wish I was Black Widow or Hawkeye. It's kind of a combo team, but it's not going to be representative of anything. All right, so let's try this one. I guess I could also try it as like a Hydra counter, to see if that worked too. So like maybe Supernatural could start taking out a Hydra, but I'm trying to think of how that would work. You get ability lock Red Skull, so he can't pull out all the minions. Then they're going to get all the buffs and all the turns and start wailing out. I don't think they can survive it, to be honest. I think this team's too weak. I don't think maybe the Hela Loki version could handle it. I don't think that one either. So I don't think it's meant for Hydra. Um, this isn't a great match, but I'll try it as a starting point and see if I can get something else next. You're a good girl. All right. So here I'm just going to try to ability block their damage, and then I'll get stuck on the tank. Oh, he has disrupt. So that works out pretty well. And then right away, she's gone. That fight's over. So I need to read what he's doing to put disrupt on shield because he might just hard counter shield. Um, so if I could add him on them, that would be another team that they could strongly defeat. Supernatural can still beat the normal OG shield by themselves. I don't know if they can punch up 100k, but they can beat them. But this version looks super strong. Punching up like that was just not even a question. Um, and then he has extra damage on minions, so he would do really well into shield. I want to look at his passive to see what he's doing to counter or to put um, the X on the opponents. Captain Marvel, that's not really representing a team, so these aren't really going to help. But let me check out Zemo for a second. What is he doing that puts disrupt on him? So on spawn, gain charge and play immunity for one turn, and offense or defense up for 2 turns for self and all Hydra allies. Okay, so it's going to put on himself, but not on any teammates with Supernatural. On turn, if charged, attack all non-minion enemies for 300% damage, all minion enemies for 400 damage. Clear 3 effects from all enemies. Apply disrupted for 2 turns to all minion enemies. Oh, so he's just going to destroy the disrupted. So shield minions are like his perfect enemy, and Hydra. So he's going to put disrupted for 2 turns on all Hydra minions. Okay, minions can let's attack, cannot be revived. All right, so Zemo's super strong versus minions. I knew that. I just haven't tried him versus those teams in a while. I've been using him versus his Guardians, but I wish I could test him more. Not Alliance War. Let me back out. I'm going to hit Blitz. So I'm going to test that Blitz team again, but I also want to test the Loki version. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just switch the team to the Loki Hela version. And so I can put Guardians, put Hela in there, take out Elsa, put in Loki, and then see how this does. That looks like a pretty nasty team, to be honest. It's a lot of damage coming out early. So let me see how this does. The Young Avengers, that might actually be a decent test to see. He's going to flip everything like a jerk. She's going to top me over. She's going to cleanse. That should be pretty tough. And I was wondering if Loki could get her stunned to start and then spread everything off of Miss Marvel. Kree isn't really a great matchup. I'll try this. That's a monster team. I'll try this one. But I want to run this again versus just a normal meta team. And like really what I think, I'm wondering if they could beat is I'm wondering if they could beat maybe F4. Kind of worried about She-Hulk. Um, you, what I'd like to see them versus maybe the Shield and Hybrid, the Shield Hybrid team. I think they'll go after Mercs, so Mercs wouldn't be great. Probably Wave One Avengers would probably be the number one target. Would be Wave One Avengers, or just bigger teams. Um, and so on this one, I'm gonna throw it on everything on Thor. Sure. Um, Start getting some bleeds over on Cap. I'm gonna stun Hulk. And that shouldn't kill him yet. Shouldn't kill him yet. No spread. Okay. I kind of wish they had the other version of this team, but let's get Captain America out of the fight. Oh, he can stun again. Just keep stunning Hulk. Throw that over on. And likely in Ward, they'll have defense up to start these fights. So maybe Zemo is better than this version. Or maybe just keep them all open and you can use Zemo if it's defense up. If it's not engineering, use the Hella Loki combo. So that was super simple. I can stun him again just for kicks. Um, and I forget what's giving him all this energy. I don't remember like what's feeding Mordo energy nonstop. I've noticed lately like he can use his special pretty much like every turn. And I keep forgetting what get like if it's minions dying that are Mystic. I think maybe when Mystics die, he gets turns. That's close to a Wave One Avengers team, but not quite. I kind of want to try that. Are you tired, honey? Yeah, you look sleepy. Sleepy? It's 9 o'clock. Okay, so I got a sleepy dog in my hands over here. Um, Going into them isn't exactly what I want to try. I mean, I could try it, but especially punching up on her in 8K, I don't think I would try that anymore. I'd have to really tee off on Anti-Venom and spread. Um, and Symbiotes just destroyed Greg, so I'm not going to try that. I want to roll this one and see if I can do anything to this huge kind of Wave 1 team. Spider-Man's not Wave 1, and he's going to help them do a lot of damage with defense down. So Spider-Man at that kind of power level will probably make this fight a lot harder, especially because he's so quick. Black Widow just speeds everyone up on turn 1. She doesn't put out damage. But he's going to thump my team with defense down with a special to start. So this will actually be a harder fight than it would be with Hawkeye and Black Widow, who don't do nearly as much. All right, so I'm going to start loading up this fight again on Thor. Try to get the blades on Cap and Spidey as well as Thor. I'm going to try to stun Hulk again so he doesn't taunt. I want to try to get offense down on Thor, heal block, and then spread. Okay, so that's looking pretty effective for Wave 1 counter. And they can punch up a boatload too. So that's good. So I got to talk to my alliance maybe about what their direction they want to do. If they just want to kind of stay within the power, or else create some super attacking teams. Because we can probably start. It would really gut our defense to a certain extent, but Wave 1 is not going to handle this team. But they do get a lot of speed up with Hawkeye and Black Widow. But Loki once Loki and Hela start putting out all the debuffs with Ghost Rider, I think they're going to be hitting so hard so fast that they're going to have a really hard time. So I actually like this team a lot. I could try one more time the other team. This is kind of a mirror match with Hela Loki, Hela Loki. So the speed's going to coin toss. That's not going to really prove much. And that's not really a team. So I could try the version with just, let me go back to Supernatural. And then throw in, who was I running Zemo? Hydra. And throw in Zemo. I could try the Shield team. Well, let's try the Shield team. Big punch up in the Shield. That's the closest kind of fight here. So on this one, it'll be interesting to see how they do in War. Shield gets so many, OG Shield gets so many buffs in War. They're probably not going to get here. We'll see if they clear stuff. That'll probably be a good tell, but they cleared quite a bit. So here I'm just going to ability block Coulson. And then I'm going to try to get the bleeds over on. I'm going to put them on this group for the healers. And then I'll work the rest over. They're gone. So this is super easy. I'm going to stun Coulson. He resists, which is cool. He probably would resist some stuff in War. I'll flip buffs from Fury so he can't spread anything. He's not going to survive it anyways, but more debuffs. Cool, the ult came out. Kind of took it pretty well. There goes the other healer. Ooh, there goes the nuke. Let me see how much damage this does on Security, who's a beefy boy. The special. And I don't have the biggest emo, but curious. 100k. Okay, well that's a pretty good chunk of health on the tank. Not going to heal, but that takes out Coulson. So that was super easy. Okay. So I like that team too, but I do like the Loki Hela version more. But for my alliance, they'll probably be better with this version, which doesn't strip Loki and Hela from defense. So Zemo would attack into Drax, and then I'd be only hitting 2 with Elsa and Ghost Rider for Blades, which is going to be Groot. So this is might be able to win, but I don't see this team too much on defense anymore and more. So let me create the Asgardian team just to remember it. I'll have it in my file, but I like this team a lot. That team is pretty strong. I don't know if Doctor Strange is even needed for this team. Maybe Elsa's better, just to put out the hurt, a lot of it right off the gate. But I like his flip that he can do. If it's defense up, I probably like engineering room. I'd probably take a Zemo version with Elsa. And then if it's not defense up and it's just a big team, this group has can probably punch up the most. So change teams, save. So I like that team a lot. That team is very good. And what's the power level of that? So 461 that way. And then, so I'll save, gosh, I don't know if my guys are going to like me if I do that though. They probably would hate me. If I do the Zemo version, so the normal Supernatural Just take out her, put in Zemo. I'm at 408, so another 53k bigger if I throw in Loki and Hela. So I can really start punching up and taking out like a 600k team with that if it's the right one. Um, mm, I think I'm gonna try it. So I'm gonna try that for a war and see how that goes. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna blank out the screen. Gonna make a change. And what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna put my Sinister Six on defense. Give me 1 second, and then I'll do a trade. So I'll take his Guardians pretty much off of defense. I'm gonna put Sinister Six on defense. Set team. Because Heimdall and Sif alone aren't really going to do much. Like I could put them over with Avengers, but I don't know. Just go full tank. And that's another option is we're just going full tank work. That's interesting. Curious how that would work. My Sif and Heimdall aren't huge, so I can show you guys now. So like what I'm thinking about is swapping out Black Widow and Hawkeye for Sif and Heimdall. And then you're having him collect on everybody again, and then just run full tank. Heimdall would give resistance to blind to the 3 at least, and defense up for 2 turns to the 3 at least. A big supernatural might still be able to counter it, though. They're going to have to get through a lot of chunky characters that don't go down easily. So if they're big enough, I think they would. But it's just a lot of tanks pulling taunt between Hulk, Captain America, and Sif. And then you just have potentially keep them off of Thor for as long as possible while he just rains passives down. Gosh, I don't know. That might actually work. That might work. Let me look at the. I think the passive for Heimdall is just 2 turns of defensive up to Asgardian allies. And I think he's basically removes blind or disables blind. So Brotherhood wouldn't counter it. But so I have 79k. Let me actually check. So I'm actually in war, so there's buffs there. So this Guardian combo is for Sif and Heimdall are 62, a little under 63k each. So that's easy to remember. And then for Wave 1 Avengers, a little bit bigger, about 3k bigger to 4k bigger for each. So I like that combo. I'll keep them. And then that basically just benches Sif and Heimdall. And what else am I missing? Yeah, I removed Thor. Okay, so I'll try that. And Sif and Heimdall, it's not a big loss, but I think my Sin 6 compared to my Asgardians will pull similar opponents. So my Sinister 6 is here, and I use almost everyone on the top row except for I don't use Vulture, I use Swarm. So I think they're somewhere around pushing 400k. Where are they at? So my Asgardians were 429. Without Thor, they're less. It's like a 400k team because I put Drax on there. And then 388 for this. So I'm subbing out pretty much 400k team for a 400k team. And this team actually has a higher chance of getting a defense win. So I think that's a good trade. So I'm going to try that. So I like that. So for Supernatural, I'm doing GR, DS, Mordo. I don't think we call him Mo, but I could call him Mo. Mo? Mordo? This is M? I don't know. Mordo. Hela. Loki. And what do they counter now? So would they counter with this team? I'm gonna highlight those in blue. Okay, would this version of Supernatural at, okay, what's their power level now? You guys can see my screen. At 461. Woo! I jumped up 100k. 461. Can this team counter? What can they counter? So I think Strife starts with immunity from Emma Marauders. So I wouldn't be able to chain off Strife very well with Hela and Loki if that was the case. So I'm going to say not Emma Marauders. If he could chain, I still don't think so because Emma's just going to clear all debuffs on her first turn. So they're not going to be a matchup for Emma Marauders. The Zemo version would actually do better, but I would have to radically start changing things. I'd have to start probably take off. It'd have to be like a Ghost Rider, Doctor Strange, Mordo, Zemo, Ultron. And that team with Zemo and Ultron, so Hela and Loki might be able to counter Emma Marauders. Because Zemo would clear all the buffs. You get the bots out. There's no minions for him to really rally up on, but you clear all the buffs, and then you could potentially try to get a stun on somebody, but your Mordo needs to be T14 and mine's not. So I'm gonna say no, but potentially there's some matchups there. If you have a T14 huge, T14 Ghost Rider, Doctor Strange, and Mordo, if you added T14 Zemo and Ultron, I think that can counter Emma Marauders. And I didn't even think about putting CM on this team. So like CM and Zemo, I could get like a 500k team out of that, and then just get really heavy offense. But like, why use CM when you can use Elsa? So she's not really. That's not like a high value trade. It's damage for damage. Loki and Hela operate differently than Scarlet Witch and Elsa do. So they changed the dynamic of the team to be a complete huge spread. So I like that. All right. So what was my power armor team with 355? Was it rounding up 356? Very optimistic 356, but we'll do that 356. Okay. And then at 4, it's leaving it as is unless I use Ultron, and then it gets bigger. No, pretty much similar. So I would still have. So in this scenario, I'm going to say I've used Vision, Hela Loki, Sif, Heimdall, screen. Okay. I like Shuri on Mercs. I'm going to leave her alone. So I'll say she's taken. I put Fury on the hybrid, so he's taken. Coulson on the hybrid, so he's taken. So I really have Drax if I want to. Red Skull, I'm going to keep him on defense, so he's taken. Minerva, I can move. Captain Marvel, Zemo, Ultron. All right, so for Ultron, I think he's best fit with F4 potentially. Um, I could get bigger with Ultron on Brotherhood 2.0, but they operate so well as is. I don't think there's any need to change that. Trying to think. If you need to, you could add like Zemo instead of Pyro, and then you could really punch up and take out like a 500k shield team with Zemo on Brotherhood 2.0. I think what we're getting out now with War is we're finally being able to start using some of these free agents to build stronger teams to take out bigger opponents. And we're starting to get flexibility with what we do. So I think these guys, these free agent column is really important right now because this is getting to us to where we're going, which is having Play-Doh. You're going to have a lot of flexibility as to where you're moving teams, and we're not just using stock teams anymore. Okay, what I'm actually going to do here, standard team power, new team power. All right, so 593, 412. $78, 411, 388, defense, 379, 353, 417, 311. I mean like 305. So let me check real fast. So my other power armor was 314. 314. And the standard supernatural was 369. Okay. And then who can the shield? I guess hold on. Who can the shield and human hybrid team on offense beat? Could they beat Emma Marauders? At 407, they probably could not beat Emma Marauders at 407 unless it's a very small one. And at that point, she's going to pull. It would be close. I don't want to say they can't. I don't like that Emma's going to put slows on them all. But it could be close. They might be able to beat Emma Marauders. I don't know. I would want to test that. As Guardians, I don't think they're going to do well into the Loki Hela spread, and they're not fast enough to combat it. F4, I think they would beat F4 pretty easily. Would they beat Hydra? Probably. They would probably beat Hydra. Though it could be. They'll beat Hydra. They'll beat Hydra for sure. Shield and Human Hybrid. They'll definitely beat Shield. It's a mirror match. Could they beat Mercs? I don't know what Fury and Coulson would add that would help them really survive it. Coulson's ult. Let me check. I think Coulson's ult can be blinded, but I'm not 100% sure on that. It might not be able to be blinded. And that would be important for them to have any chance. So shield, Coulson, his ultimate. Apply offense up to all shield allies. On war defense, clear 3 positive effects from the enemy with most damage, so that's not going to take effect. Apply defense down and taunt to the enemy with the most damage, so that would be Taskmaster, which would be good. But he's probably going to resist it because I don't have T14. Call 1 ally with the most damage, Black Bolt, to attack the enemy with the most damage, which would be good. But Black Bolt could be blinded. Attack all enemies for 250% damage. On war defense, clear all positive effects from the enemies. Call 2 allies. There. Okay. So, I don't know. I might keep them on. I might keep Coulson on defense. You keep it. You've been doing so good. You're doing so good. I know you're tired. All right, so I'm going to wrap up here in a second, guys. I'm going to think about it. Coulson has a lot more value on defense. I definitely don't think he's going to attack into Taskmaster there. So what I'm probably going to do is who can this team beat and who can just the standard Inhumans beat. If there's not much variance, I'll probably just either keep them split apart, shield and Inhumans split apart on defense, or else consolidate and keep them on defense. Hydra Shield can't beat Mercs, I don't think. Wave 1, I think they'll handle Wave 1 easily. Yes, they will. So W1, BKT, YA. Can they beat Sinister 6? So I guess that would be a question. Electro's going to try to get offense down on them right away, but Yo-Yo would probably put offense down on her. So maybe it doesn't land on everybody. Probably not on Black Bolt. And then Swarmer's going to start putting Disrupt and all the stuff that he does on one of the targets. And that could affect Crystal's healing and defense up that she throws out. Doc Ock's going to summon. Shocker's going to give offense up. Turn 2, Doc's going to flip everything. But on the flip side of what they're going to do to Sinister 6 is you'll be putting out a lot of offense down. Black Bolt hits like a truck and has a really good chance of stripping buffs or regenerations away from Doc Ock and knocking him down. Coulson, would Coulson clear any buffs on offense? Apply offense down and taunt to the enemy with the most damage. So he might help you get. He probably is going to have offense down on him when he goes, but he would help get. I would want to test that. It could be a pretty close fight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Sin 6 ? And if they could beat Sin 6, that would be valuable. Not everyone uses Sin 6 on defense, but all right. Then comparing to Inhumans, which are right here, I'll be honest. It looks like they can beat all the same teams. They're just a little bit bigger. So I don't think this is value on offense. So I think it makes sense either use them on defense or else use them on defense or split them apart on defense into shield and Inhumans, or use shield on defense and Inhumans on offense like normal. And then for Inhumans, what I could also do is not use this team. Maybe I don't use that team for defense. Maybe I do a separate Inhumans and this team could use Zemo with Zemo, or even Ultron. I don't like the Ultron version into Emma Marauders because Black Bolt, when she's pulled by Mystique um, Emma, nukes your Ultron's GG. So that hurts really hard, or just any of your teammates for that matter. So maybe Inhumans with Zemo, or also even add Ultron in there if it's not going to be Emma Marauders, and they could probably punch up into some big teams. Um, so I'm going to say Zemo, Ultron. I think those are the ones that make sense. Drax potentially could be swapped out. I mean, you could run you could even run like an Inhumans version of the team with like Zemo, Drax, and then try to go into Taskmaster and merge with it. So Zemo would ult first, go after Taskmaster, ability block him, get damage out, clear any defense ups, and then you could try to follow with that and try to get a lot of the damage into Drax over Black Bolt. Um, and so that might counter Taskmaster. Mercs. And so you would probably drop Quake and you would drop Karnak there. So you would run BB, Yo-Yo, Crystal, Zemo, Drax. And that would be for a Merc counter. So this team, I don't really love it. So I'm going to get rid of... I think that's out. So I'm not going to use them on offense. Delete. I don't want to delete the row. Delete. How about delete? Okay. So now I'm going to put this, copy, copy, delete, save. Okay. Fill, read. All right. All right. Copy, paste, delete. Okay. Who else could this Inhumans Zemo team counter? I mean, he could potentially even counter Asgardians. ASG question mark. I mean, the normal one can counter Hydra. That's definitely going to counter Hydra for sure. Big Hydra. Yeah, I'll definitely counter Big Hydra. F4. It should just murder wave 1. EQT. Yeah. I think it'll just crush S6 I think that'll just crush just about anything except for maybe not Bow, or definitely not Bow. Maybe not Marauders, maybe not Mercs. Everything else, I think I'll just kind of walk through. So that this team is, I think that's pretty strong. And I don't know if Drax is needed, but I think he just will keep the pressure. Oh no, you can't run Drax. What am I doing? Can't run Drax. Yo, dude, what am I thinking? So maybe it's just you stick with Karnak. Oh, I could run Minerva too. Minerva. You could run Shuri too. You could Minerva over on this team. And then you're really looking at they'll counter a whole hell of a lot. That's an interesting team. And I think Minerva might be another one where she has value on offense to counter some of the hard, like her burst teams. Especially once more of these hybridized teams start coming out, Minerva might actually be like an add-on to a lot of teams. Captain Marvel could also be good in her stead. But I mean, like, how big does that need to get from the offensive side? There's a lot of burst coming out. There's a lot of stacking of like big characters. So I'd rather keep Captain Marvel on defense just so I don't lose all integrity for my defense. But yeah, I don't know if she actually changes the dynamic of that team of what he can punch into. It's more about probably if I added Captain Marvel, I'll still like what size, not like what team that team can counter. It's just what size of teams it can counter. So I think I'll hold off on adding her, but I'll look it up now. So the main trio of Inhumans plus Zemo plus Minerva. Let's see what size that gets out to for me. So I'll start with Inhumans and build it out. Inhumans are there. Taking out Karnak, taking out Quake, and then I was adding in, was it Zemo and Minerva? Zemo and Minerva. Okay, so Zemo's pink, he's easy to spot. There's him. And then Minerva, where's she at? She's not that big for me. Minerva's there. And I'm not sold on Minerva being the best fit. So I could throw in Shuri. I mean, Shuri might be better, potentially, depending on who they're punching up into. Getting Shuri to throw defense up might help protect them against Taskmaster. Um, mm, Turn order wise, though, I don't think Shuri would go before Taskmaster. Um, hmm. You know, I keep looking. I know. I like that team. I like this team. I need to make spots, so I'm going to kick Iron Man out for the time being. I need to make another spot, and I'll bring him back at some point also. Don't get wet, baby. Don't get me wet. No, really. This is a funky looking team. I can't imagine that's going to be the team I use, but I'll save it for now. They're 419, so just as an option. I think I put Zemo somewhere else. Did I not? No, I didn't. So potentially I could put them with Inhumans. And they're both Hydra counters, so that makes sense. There's some synergy as to what their purpose is there. Um, could also potentially add Zemo. Zemo's just a free agent. He can go anywhere and make almost any team better, to be honest. There's like, it's very hard to find a team where Zemo isn't put on the team where he's not making a team better. And that's kind of a question with F4 is what's the best addition for F4 to really perform? So right now I have them being another F4, Shield, Wave 1, BKT, Young Avengers. They're kind of just that mid-tier. They're not first-tier offense, they're second-tier. So I wonder... I haven't used Captain Marvel or Ultron. I have used Minerva. So I need to pull her potentially off defense. I think Ultron's going to be a free agent for Thor. Otherwise, you can pretty much add him somewhere. It's almost ready to put him back on defense. It's weird. Don't really have a great spot for him. And then Zemo's going to probably float between symbiotes and Inhumans for me. Minerva, Zemo, Shuri, etc. I mean, almost anything can go there. Just not Drax. Just not Drax. So the optional replacements is Ultron. That's not really optional, he's on the team. But okay. So I think I'm going to try it this way and see how that works. I think I've significantly increased or improved my supernatural at the detriment to my Asgardian defense. But they were pretty much on their way out anyways right now in the meta. But I am jumping the gun a little bit on that. But power armor, just to get a little higher. Okay, so the F4 stayed the same. So with Ultron, they get a little bigger, but it's pretty similar. Inhumans is going to stay the same, but if I do this, they went up to 419. So from 379 to 419, it's only 40k, but it's a much stronger team. Okay, Inhumans // F4 / F4 plus Ultron. Drop thing. Johnny or Ultron. Okay, and then shade green here as well. Shade yellow there. Okay. Symbiotes. Shield hybrid. And I need to get some experience with Symbiotes now on us Guardians before I even try it. Because I don't have a lot of experience doing it. Alright guys, my little girl's pretty tired. She's looking like she's tapped out here, guys. So um, I am gonna let her get some bedtime and back to black. Do my fill. I think that's the color. Save. Kind of match this all the way down. Save. All right, and that's pretty much it for tonight's kind of drop. But yeah, if you guys, anyone has any comments, definitely send them over to me. If it's not tonight, feel free to comment on this. And what this is, I'm building this for is just to develop the best kind of 9 or 10 war teams that I can. And not completely getting rid of my defenses, but how strong can I make man? Now at 593, I'm sorry, 593, 412. A little low here. I can get about 40k stronger with Zemo. I'll just put Zemo there. Right around 418. 35 to, what is my Zemo's power? My Zemo's power, let's get over to, 1 second. So my, he's, let's say 35, and then my Zemo is, I want to say 80 something there. So roughly 50k, 48k higher. So 48k, so 378 plus 40 is 418, 426. All right, that's the spread. All right, X-Force is the same since 6, no changes. They're actually gone to defense, so they're not an offense team anymore for me, but I'll leave them on here in case I change that in the future. Inhumans are potentially going one of two directions. Red Hood staying the same, F4 staying the same, but potentially with Ultron down here. And then Supernatural like changed drastically, so now they're a much stronger team with Hela and Loki. And Ghost Rider is probably a target for T15. I could probably T15 Hela and Loki now. For DD4, they're much more of a priority because they can comprise a strong war attack team. So while they're not having value on defense, they have a lot of value on offense still. And then Loki's passive, which is probably the biggest takeaway tonight, I didn't even talk about it. Loki's passive is actually very good for specifically Mystic Controllers, which is, and I'll go back to that tag here in a bit. On spawn fill speed by 15%, fill speed bar of Mystic Controller allies by 10%. So they're even going to be faster. And I'll show you who Mystic Controller is here in a second. Apply 20% resistance to all enemies. So he's going to make their debuffs even apply more often. And gain 20% focus. Mystic Controller allies gain 20% focus, which is huge for Supernatural. Gain 20% resistance. Mystic Controller allies gain 20% resistance. On turn, he'll self, basically him and Hela, so not much. And then for him and Hela, they'll still look at the benefits of the stealth mechanic that he has and provides, which would be huge. And then I could do another negative 10% enemy resistance if I really want to. I'm going to hold on to it for now, but I could do that to really just make him punish everybody. And I have a big Loki, so I'm kind of tempted to because his team's getting pretty big. But let me go to Mystic Controllers. So now to go to all, and then you're going to go to Controller and Mystic. And he's going to give speed up to all Mystic Controllers, which is Scarlet Witch, but she's off the team, but it's Mordo. So he's going to give speed up to Mordo with his passive. So on spawn, fill speed bar of Mystic Controllers by 10%. So Mordo's sped up. for his stun to land. And then he also gets 20% extra focus, Mordo does, and resistance from Loki. So he fits really well with this team specifically, Supernatural. So I think that was a really good tip by some nerd, and I'll definitely check it out this next war and try it out and see how it performs. I think that's going to be a good one to roll with. And I have a pretty strong Hello Loki, so that would be a lot of fun to play around with. Change this to blue. Hey, bud, I appreciate the follow. Lemon, thanks for checking me out. Oh my goodness. Ram, I appreciate you, bud. I hope you had a great stream. I don't have Discord chat up, but I hope you had a great night. Rem's great. You guys all know Rem. Rem's awesome for the community. He's a fantastic contributor, and I'm sure he told you guys all. He's now part of the club, getting direct feed from MSF for content. So he's going to be putting out a lot more content for you guys in the future, both on Twitch and on YouTube. So check out Reminex's YouTube videos. I imagine he's going to be putting out a lot of fun and very good content. He dives into the analysis a lot more than some other folks do, and so a different angle. So thanks to Reminex. Hope you had a great night, buddy. I appreciate everything you do for the community. You're definitely an ambassador for our little community here, so appreciate you. AD Brown, Most Def, I appreciate the follow, buddy. Thank you guys. Covert, Magic Wand, Half Sim. Appreciate everybody. Mart, Stomp and Romper, Master Soto. You guys are awesome. Definitely appreciate you. Sun Raven, also another streamer. Hope you guys are doing good over there. Check out Sun Raven as well. Oh, Benny. There's too many to even list here. You guys are fantastic. Hope you guys are having a great night. Stomp and Romper, thank you, buddy. Appreciate the follow. Thanks, OP Gamer. Yeah, I gotta work on my little format here. That's actually just because it looked a little stretched, so I was just putting that up there for the time being until I figure something else out for the kind of resolution. Mr. Lancy Pants, nice name. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate you. Philosopher, how you doing, bud? Yeah, I streamed. Well, actually, it's new for me, so I've only been streaming a little bit here and there the last couple of weeks. Not every day yet. I'm just kind of doing it as more of a hobby, just on the side. Just trying to get used to being on camera. And Philosopher, if you guys aren't in the Tahiti server, thanks, Ram. I hope you have a great night. Appreciate you. But yeah, definitely check out Philosopher and the Tahiti server. They put out a lot of good content too. Him and a few of the other guys are definitely do a lot of good work over there. Wolver Thor, Yeti, and there's a really good following on the Tahiti server. I'm not trying to push you away from any other servers, but there's a lot of different folks putting out good content in the community, and the group over there, including Philosopher, do a lot of good stuff. So if you guys are interested in any kind of DD4 kind of guides, tutorials, definitely check out the Tahiti server. It's open and public for everybody. And there's a lot of good content on there, and they share a lot of the content from different CCs as well. So a lot of different flavors. And but yeah, if you're looking for any kind of other information from Reminex or anybody else, definitely check out different servers. And it's a good place to talk with other people if you're looking for an active kind of a positive place. It's all good stuff over there. Trying to keep up. Mookeens, CRFC, thank you. Chuck Wolf, appreciate you, bud. Coach Rax, what do you coach, Coach Rax? No, kind of curious with that name. Moondancer BB, thank you. Appreciate all the follows, guys. Said the same thing from the show. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a magical place from S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah, it is. Cool. Deborah Jack, I appreciate you. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just actually, let me turn on my screen again. I was looking at, I'm redoing my war teams. So Philo, If you're still on Philosopher, actually, let me know what you think. I'm thinking about changing some things up, and I was going to talk to yourself and a couple of other war leads to see if you guys were open to me switching it up or else wanted me to stay put with my war defense. So maybe I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I know it's getting a little late, but I'm thinking about taking Asgardians away. I've already taken Thor off the Asgardians and already moved them over to Wave 1. And they got a defense win, but it's kind of like every other war. I'll get a win from them. But I'm thinking about putting Hela and Loki with Supernatural to really jump up my power level. And then they can start countering a lot of bigger teams for me. But they fit really well. Tried a few times in Blitz, but if you guys wanted me to maintain the war defense, I will. But I'm thinking about here in the next month, the Asgardians aren't really providing much value on war defense other than just really being a sponge for huge symbiotes. So anyways, something I'm looking at. Oh no, not on defense. I'll use them for offense. So I would move Hela and Loki from defense to offense. Yeah, and then they could. I'm thinking they can beat many more teams, and my basic supernatural is 369, so they're kind of one of my last war teams that I use on offense. Moved my Sinister Six to defense to kind of compensate. So I had them on offense, but now my Sinister Six, I moved them to D. And then I'm thinking this team with Supernatural could then beat a lot bigger teams and more. I'm not sure if they could beat the main three metas, Marauders, Asgardians, or Mercs. But the other folks, I think they'll really reliably beat because they'll just nuke them. I tried it a couple times in Blitz, and that I forgot the how much Loki synergizes with Mordo specifically, and giving extra resistance down on everybody. And then the spread with Hela, he also speeds up Mordo by 10%. So there's some synergy there, and I'm just trying to find ways of value to kind of make my teams better. That was the worst war I've had for months. Didn't like losing, so I'm kind of doing a little tweaking of my teams here. Yeah, I'm actually. It's funny, Chuck Wolf. I actually just started the last couple of days. I've been rewatching season one of the TV show. It's a really good show. I occasionally I'll pop it on and watch more of it. Right now I'm on the. They just got to Quake's mom's area, the new city for the Inhumans. So that's where I'm at in the show. But I've already finished the series, but now I'm just going back through them again. Yeah, to counter Wave 1, Philo, I think that's going to be a good spot for them. I can already counter Shield with my base Supernatural, so I don't need to change it for that. But they should start to be able to punch up a lot. I was punching up into like 100K plus in Blitz really easily. They're like a strong 8.3 Blitz team now, and they can pretty much just chain off of Hela and Loki's combo. The only thing really is I have them at T14, so Loki's defense down should apply pretty reliably for me on offense. But if it's resisted, that kind of changes things a little bit as to how much they can punch up. But I think the teams I have listed here are pretty much their safe ones. They might be able to counter Sinister Six, but I'd want to test more. I need to do a lot more testing. Maybe I can match up with somebody in PvP tomorrow before our war and kind of run a test before I do anything YOLO. Hey, Raffle, hope you're doing good. Yeah, at some point, if you want a PvP, I'll definitely let you wipe the floor with me again. Hope you've been good. I haven't seen you around for a bit, but yeah, I was in a couple of Nietzsche's tournaments, but I think you've been busy, they said, so I'll definitely PvP you anytime. Pepperjack, you like quick. Yeah, she's a good actress. I'm not sure if she's moved on to another show or not. I haven't seen her in something else, but I'm sure she's moved on. She did really well over there for her first casting. You just yeah, my I'll show you guys my Supernatural. Or I'm sorry, Young Avengers. So my Young Avengers isn't viable. I like that team. He's got a good reason for doing that. So not knocking what he's doing, but I have a massive Captain Marvel and I have tiny everything else Young Avenger. This is my worst Red Star team for pretty much everything. And I just got 4-star in American Chapsite. Last month she was at 2-star, 2 red star forever. By far my worst red star team out of all the characters, and most of these three are really old tunes, but for whatever reason, just the spinning wheel never landed on Young Avengers for me, so I didn't build them up. You move towards classic? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you were always classic, and I think even if I banned your famous Yo-Yo BB combo, you have so many more options for classic. I don't know if I can keep up with you, but yeah, if you want to run classic sometime, hit me up. I'm probably streaming like every other day now, and yeah, I'll definitely more than happy to PvP you on or offline. Yeah, definitely appreciate Raymond. Appreciate him doing that. Philo, I finished my arena. I finished my fight. Thanos had a counter. My Thanos did, and I attacked the last character, and I was trying to prep with 2 minutes left for my final punch. I was just going to sit on the clock for the last second and then a strike, and then I forgot my Thanos had a counter up. So when their character attacked me, he countered and killed the last character. And with 2 minutes left, but no one else attacked me, which is so surprising because I've been getting chained back like 15 spots at payout every night. But tonight, apparently everyone was still full of turkey, so they left me at number one, which is surprising, but yeah, kind of funny. Um, Thanks, Philo. I appreciate it, man. I'll definitely take you guys' input for war. So if you guys don't like anything, I change my defense. Just let me know and I'll change it back. So you guys run things, and I'm just tweaking. But if you guys want me to be uniform with anything else you guys strategically want to do, just let me know and I'll flip it back over the way you like. Um, Raffle, appreciate you. Thank you, Raffle. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, you got it from there. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the that team over there. So my Ghost Rider is big enough to where I could put him on there, but it's kind of weird. Like I'd have to put Ghost Rider and Captain Marvel over on Young Avengers to make it have any punch. So my Captain Marvel's decent at 120, and then my Ghost Rider is T14 as well, 5 red. But again, the rest of them are 30, 40K, so it seems kind of like, I don't know, almost anything could beat that team because they're so imbalanced with power levels. But yeah, it's a fun team, and it kind of makes you sponge and put out a little bit more of your roster to beat Young Avengers, which I think a lot of people are just throwing power armor against it to knock it out, which is not a high value offense right now. The one I don't really know what to do with is Sin 6. Offense, defensively right now, I hate how they get so close to timing out in a lot of their offensive matches. So I moved them back over to defense for the time being until I can T14 the rest of their team. My Sin 6 is just imbalanced. And then maybe when the next event comes, my Doc Ock will hit harder, but then again, everyone else's Doc Ock is going to get bigger too. So it's probably a wash. I think it's going to start getting nasty. I'm not sure how much Ramen those folks have talked about it, but when I know a lot of folks probably got 7 stars Doc Ocks on their first pass, but I don't think I see too many down where we're at. So I'm kind of curious. His healing is already ridiculous at 100K, where I have him and where other people have him around 100K. Once he starts getting 7 yellow stars, 6 reds, 5 reds, his healing is just going to be kind of ridiculous with that pass that he's got. So um, this team's already online, and I'm wondering how much nastier it's going to get once people get the full team up to T14 and him really maxed out in stars. Um, if you want a match, you can hit me up. I can give you my bid, but it's okay. I don't know. I've been on Classic for a while, and I'm sure you have some tricks up your sleeves that I can get used to. Um, you're 9.4, or that's what I'm at. But have you caught me now on TCP? I know you normally beat me up with like a 3 mil disadvantage. It was just like take me to task. You have my pin. Yeah, I think you might still be on my friends list if you want to match up. We can. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Raffle, where you at, Raffle? Chat. Nope. Here. Oh, let me try to get back over there. Raffle. All right, one second, guys, and I'll flip it back over to my normal screen. There you go. All right, sorry, I was doing the Google Sheet, so I had it on a different view. So Raffle is, you guys probably all know Raffle in PvP, but this is her thing. And I'm going to try to not be completely embarrassed here, but we'll see how this goes. I got a lot to learn. I mainly play balanced PvP, and Raffle's good in both, but and then but there's a little bit difference. And I think prepping for Classic is good for me, so I'm actually glad we're doing this because you're going to take out Zemo. What are you rolling for? Are you going for? I'll take out that. Let's see what you do. But yeah, the Classics definitely, there's a different meta and tier lists. I think Nietzsche's prepping, guys, FYI, if you want to prep for the new kind of Merc, or not Mayhem, but the new PvP, that system's going to come out with the Battle Pass and all that. I think Nietzsche be on the lookout, and he'll get a lot of other contributions. I'm sure Reminex and others will put out some guides on that as well. But there's going to be a lot of good content creation coming out regarding PvP to help you guys kind of build tier lists and understand what's best to use. We're probably, I think, still waiting on more information regarding PvP and the restrictions they're going to have for the Battle Pass and how that mode's going to work. But there's definitely a lot of good PvP players, Raffle included, Kioma, Nietzsche, and many others that'll start putting out some information for you guys to try to get up to speed if you're not doing a lot of PvP right now. All right, go pick a Doc Ox. I was going that direction. All right. So what I want to do probably here is ban a little bit of the symbiotes. I don't know if she had any of them. I'm sure she does. And I don't want to go down that direction right now with her. So I'm probably going to do... I'm not sure if Loki's fantastic for this or not. I think Loki's a lot better in balance from what I know. A lot of these matches will go longer, and then Loki really past the intro is not going to do as much. But I don't necessarily want to be burned down from what they're going to try to attempt here, so I'm going to take Loki. And Loki will help me potentially combat Ultron, possibly, if she goes that direction. Raffle normally takes a certain type of team. I haven't played her in a long time, but I know she has some certain preferences from playing her in the past. She's the last time I played her, she mopped the floor with me with her Crystal Yo-Yo BB combo. I think she has a massive Crystal. If you guys haven't seen Crystal in classic PvP, it is an absolute nightmare. It's very strong with that group. So she's going Yo-Yo. It's a very strong pick. Going with the bleed stack. So I need to see what she's going to counter with. And all right, I'm going to start with Max and see how that goes. I'm going to take out Ebony. and see which direction she takes with Sinister or Phoenix. I imagine Phoenix will come out, but we'll see what she has in mind. She might have a plan for Phoenix and not be too worried about him. All right, there goes Sinister. I thought she might ban Sinister for some reason, so looks like my hunch was right. Doesn't mean I am any better for that, but yeah. I wish I had a bigger Taskmaster for Classic. My Taskmaster's too small to be viable in this mode. And then if I want my Magnetos to be sped up, so she's bringing out the crystal, which is kind of cool. This crystal is nasty. If you haven't seen this crystal, be prepared. This thing is an absolute beauty. And what I would probably want to run here, so I could either run Jugs, or else I could run something else. And I could try Hela, but I think she's just going to beat me over the head senseless here in a second. I don't know if Colossus is any good in this mode. All right, I'm going to try Juggy. Ooh, what happened? Ralph, it might have been on my own, I'm not sure. I'll send you another rematch and we can try to draft faster. Sorry, I've taken a little bit while to pick. Oh, there we go. All right, looks like it's loading up. Cool. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm not sure. Looked like it just glitched out a little bit after I selected my last tune. All right, so here, I'm not exactly sure who to go after. If I go after Yo-Yo, looks like it's just going to do it. So I loaded late, so it kind of went fast. The defense down didn't land, but it's okay. I try to hit the blind out on Yo-Yo, and it looks like she must have hit Yo-Yo with, I'm sorry, Mike Carnage with Ghost Rider because he's really low. So I probably loaded in late and didn't see it. Oh, and that's the crystal value of that combo. So it's a really strong, at their power level, the heal up is super strong if you can't nuke her out. And I'll try to hide Carnage to keep him around at least for a second here. Crystal is blinded, so she's going to hold the special for the next turn. And I'm going to start working on Crystal if I can, which is probably who I should have been focusing to start with, not Yo-Yo, because she dodges the Loki D down so reliably. She's going after Phoenix to try to knock her out. And then this will be it for Phoenix. Dark Phoenix will be here. I need to get Jugs to taunt here for me to have any chance. I'm going to try to spread the D down off of Yo-Yo. I'll hide Dark Phoenix. Gotta watch out for Symbiote Spider-Man here. She's definitely got the edge because Crystal's going to start hurting me pretty bad. There goes my mags. And then here, I think it's more important that I drain and stay alive than use a basic. The basic would have hit everybody, which would have been nice. But that's the Crystal. And Crystal stuns. I forgot what exactly the passive or the tagline is for that. But she stuns a very specific way. So if you guys aren't sure, I'll take a look at it after the fight. But it's very strong, and it might actually be a hard counter that Raffle knows for Phoenix. and that's kind of what I was talking about, is that she might have had an ace up her sleeve to counter Phoenix, and that's why she didn't ban her. But yeah, so this looks like it was not a challenge for Ruffle at all. Well played, Ruffle. I can't say I'm surprised, but yeah, you're definitely her Yo-Yo. She showed me that last time too, but it's actually always fun to see because I don't see it too often. A lot of folks don't know about that combo. If you're not doing a lot of PvP, especially in Classic, Crystal is a menace. Hopefully she gets a little bit of a drawing rework on her, but well played. Bravo. Yeah, that was awesome. Ruffle, always taking me to school. Actually, I'll try to battle her one more time or a few more times if she's up. But what I actually want to check out and show you guys is Crystal's ability there, and show you guys what that's all about. So where's Inhumans? Her ult stun summons. Perfect. Yeah. So Cold Snap, apply stun to all summoned enemies. So that's a hard counter that Rothel knows about, and in the turn order, it comes up before Dark Phoenix can get her ult out. So even though I banned Ebony, who counters Phoenix, she had another one in her pocket, so she let it through and chose to ban the Sinister instead. 500%. Oh, 500% was slow on target. If an enemy has slow, they take 400% damage instead. And I think who's applying the Ruffle? Who's applying the slow? Was it Symbiote Spider-Man, or was it somebody else you had on your team? Oh, bonus attack for 100% damage and apply slow. So she's purposely starting with the basic there to apply slow, and then the follow up. I guess will Crystal basic. Okay, yeah. So it's a really neat combo. She actually kind of sets her own self up on T there with the basic to apply slow, and then yeah, the special doesn't do it, which was a she was blinded anyways. Basic 2 turns slow. Oh, apply slow because I don't have it ranked up. So 20% damage to primary target, and then apply slow for 2 turns. And these are some of the things that the end game content creators that are doing a lot of PvP are gonna know for you guys, and they'll be able to kind of put out there and educate us on, and then give us some good guidance for when this new PvP mode comes out for Battle Pass. I think it's going to have a lot of kind of trait restrictions on it, and the more you know about how some of these interactions work, the better prepared you're going to be, and you'll be able to put some stronger teams together without having to struggle. But yeah, it's a lot of people sleep on Crystal, but I know from experience from playing Ruffle, Crystal's an absolute phenom in PvP. All right, Ruffle, if you're up for another one, I'll send an invite your way. Yeah, last time I played Ruffle, I was chatting with her, and I think she was in a much lower alliance, building her roster up specifically with some direction she received. And then apparently she had quite the following, trying to recruit her into the top 10, top alliances in the game. So it's pretty funny. Hey Breezy, how you doing, bud? I'll see what I can do here. I'm right now. I'm getting abused by the opposite sex, and it's but we'll see if I can at least put up a fight this time. Cool. So this time, I gotta do it. I gotta take out the crystal. Gotta make me show me a new trick, and I'll actually take out the Black Bolt as well, and I'll let her run with the other combo she has. So it looks like she has something else in mind too, because she banned Emily. So she's probably wanting to go a different direction here, and maybe we can see a different comp from both sides. Cool. She's running MME, and so she's probably going to run a like Sinister kind of like BH Marauders combo kind of team, something along those lines. I'll take Phoenix again, and I'll take Sinister most likely. Eh, eh. I'll take X23. I want to mix up the team I'm using, so I might go down the exact same path. All right. Yeah, pretty standard picks from on her side. I'm going to take Doc Ock. And so I'm going to have to deal with 2 of the 3 for sure. There's no way around that. And I'm going to take Loki. So it looks like I'm going to see a full Strife coming out right here in a second. But it's cool though. You guys will see a little different fight, and most likely with the same outcome, but at least you guys will get a different feel for the different kind of comp variations that are out there in PvP if you're not aware of the kind of different groupings that people go for. Yep, so I thought the Strife would be coming out. He's going to pair pretty well with Sinister. And then she's kind of baiting me to deal with ML, leave that on board and get stuck, which is a good bait because I don't have many answers for that. From here, I'm probably looking at kind of different options to get some damage out. So I don't think my Captain Marvel is going to do much there against Strife, so that's not going to be an option. I could take Yo-Yo, but he's immediately going to clone it. I'm sorry, not Yo-Yo, Ultron. And I can run Symbiotes and try to survive. So that's probably the direction I'm going to try to go, is run Symbiotes and try to get through it. But again, Sinister, when he clones Symbiote, Spider-Man does really well with it. So from here, either I'm going to take slows if I don't ban Emma, or else I'm going to have to deal with the quartet here. And getting through Strife might be a problem for me. All right, so I'm going to do it that way. I'm going to get rid of the Emma. And so I imagine either Jugs is coming out or a different kind of like maybe Squirrel Girl. Who knows? I'm not sure exactly how she has her roster constructed. Oh, so she's got another plan. So this is kind of cool. So Ebony's banned, Crystal's banned, and it looks like she's going to try to clone Phoenix this time. And I need to do something to prevent that from happening, which I don't know if I do. Yeah, she blocked or got rid of the ability block there, which was smart. And then for me, Taskmaster, so she's going to go double blind here. My Squirrel Girl is way too small to bring into this mode. I'm not going to be able to run that. My Ghost Rider I could bring in, but he's pretty small, to be honest. 100k. And I'm going to be going to the corner there, so it's not terrific. I could run like Invisible Woman, and he's not going with a ton of damage. So I could try to just cleanse with Invisible Woman, which I don't normally use. But for whatever reason, I'm just not feeling like Ultron's going to be a great option for me. I'm going to play a little off script and go Invisible Woman. Ruffle's probably going to laugh at me for that pick. I never use Invisible Woman anymore in Balanced, but I need some kind of cleanse or something, and my Squirrel Girl's just too small for Classic. I'll be honest, I don't have much of an answer for Sinister cloning Dark Phoenix or Phoenix rather. So this will be interesting to see if I can even put a dent in her lineup through Strife. She's got a beastly Strife. Ruffle, you did a good job building him. He's very strong. All right, so the deep down landed that time, but I don't have Hella like I was planning on taking because I was worried about that. So I'll get the regeneration out. He's already got D down, and he's blinded, so there's no use using anything else. Mystique's going to flip a lot here in a second and start giving benefits to Strife. And I need to see if I can hang on. All right, Loki's already out of the match. Try to take all the blinds off the team. And then I'm going to try to flip. Gosh, if I don't know who's actually alive once I do this. So I can play that a little weird and try to hide Phoenix from him for a second. Because I don't know if I have much other choice in trying to win this other than just not letting him clone Phoenix or Raffle. Not letting Raffle clone Phoenix because she's already kicking my butt so well. That would be pretty much GG. So even though that's not the way to play with Phoenix, you usually want her to die right away. I got to try something because that was not on a good trajectory for me, that fight. All right, so let's see if I can flip anything. I guess I got something on him. He's not blinded, but I don't think that's going to kill him. So I just need to try to get D down. All right, it looks like he resisted the D down. Cool. All right, so my Phoenix is visible again. She's blinded, so I can't use the ult right there to do damage. It's not going to do anything. But I was attacking into him so he'd counter and create Dark Phoenix. And here I have to use a special to try to get some people out of the fight. Ooh, I was hoping that would get max, but oh my god, the healing is real. He had a sliver. Rough. Well, at least this one's a fight. He's going to clone Phoenix or Dark Phoenix here in a second, and the Strife ability block. Well played, Raffle. That was awesome. So he's going to clone Dark Phoenix. Mine's ability block, so she's out. I've already used the special of Invisible Woman to begin with, so I can't cleanse it again. So that's pretty much the match, guys. But yeah, definitely. And then he ability blocked all three. So just a nasty play by his Strife there. But yeah, definitely different ways of combating Phoenix, which is really cool to see. So he's showing you, Raffle showing you 3 different ways to combat Dark Phoenix. Well, actually 4, because she didn't even clone him, which is another one. And there's probably other counters, but Raffle's definitely showing off her superiority and game knowledge here. So props to Raffle. Definitely showing out, and yeah, so it's nice though, guys. I think a lot of people get frustrated by PvP when you lose matches. It's you want to win everything, but like you just take the approach that hey, like every time you play a match, you're learning and you start understanding what works better. I think I saw OMG stream, and he was talking about how he was learning the nuances to the restricted mode, and now Hydra's pretty strong in this mode as well with Zemo, especially in the balanced version of it. So yeah, even when you lose, if you're kind of paying attention, you'll start picking up on some things, and at some point start playing a little better or drafting a little bit better. A lot of it's in the draft, but I'll let her finish out strong here with Dark Phoenix. But GG Raffle, well played. 0 for 2, 2 for 0 for Raffle. No, she's not cheating. Raffle's very good. She's this is definitely her forte. She's dominated. You know, it actually started out. I almost got Mags out. I thought I might have a chance to at least get her at least a little bit worried, but then it just flipped on its head, and that was another smashing by Raffle. But GG. Yeah, I like to do PvP a lot. I'm more of a balanced PvP player, but yeah, I need to start actually playing a lot more Classic because that's where the meta is going with, I believe, from what all the indications I've heard, is that it's going to start going that direction with the new game content coming out in December. No, I wouldn't consider my a whale. I'm definitely more of a very light dolphin. I don't know. Maybe in some other games, people would consider me. I spend on the game, but I don't necessarily whale. I've whaled for a couple teams in the past, but not necessarily. Rich Gray, thanks for the follow, bud. I appreciate it. Never miss Rob. If I didn't call you out, I appreciate it too, buddy. Um, but yeah, not a whale. I've spent on the game. I've spent on a couple teams. I think the most spending I've done was on Black Order when they came out. I was kind of hyped on that and fell into some, I guess, spending habit there. But for the most part, I'm not a whale. I'm just kind of a long-term player. I spend here and there, I would say. Um, yeah, I definitely did a lot more blitzing in the past, and I've slowed down quite a bit on blitzing. I think a lot of the endgame players who have been around for a couple of years now, we've kind of hit like a wall where we're just kind of blitzed out. At least a large contingent of us are, and I'm part of that group as well. Where blitzing for top 1% now is a struggle for me. I really have a hard time investing that much of my time just doing blitz. I could probably PvP for a much longer period of time than I could for blitz. I'm probably in the minority there, but I don't learn a whole lot from blitz. I would probably do more blitzing if I could test. Like I want to test certain teams that I just created tonight, like this specific supernatural team with Hell and Loki for War. I want to test this for very specific teams, but it's hard to find the matchups you want in blitz. So you kind of have to fight a lot of fights, and like you don't learn anything by fighting this team. You'll beat it, but you don't learn anything. Um, and so PvPs, at least when you have some friends that also PvP, you can send them a friend request, and you can draft and you can test certain team comps versus each other. They who probably have a similar team power as you, or else you can always do it in balance, but it's better to do it in classic to test, and then you can pick up some learning there. Supernatural, you like Elsa over Doctor Strange? You like to put Mordo, Hela, Loki, and Elsa? My Elsa is about 25k smaller. Um, so for Supernatural, I can definitely try that. But and I might change it depending on the room. But depending on the room, I might keep or the team I face versus them. I might keep Strange in there to flip. But if it's not engineering kind of adjacent, Elsa's probably better early on. Elsa and Hela, two ways to work around taunt. Yeah, yeah, with the special Elsa has. Yeah, I wish I had like 100k Elsa. Like mine isn't terrible, but for um, she's not as big. So I think she's 60, 65k. Yeah, somewhere in there. So I'm farming her to 7 stars, but I'm not there yet. Um, so she's okay on the red star count, but she's missing some levels, and I don't have any T4s into her. I actually don't know what her passive does. 50% damage, 10% accuracy per supernatural ally, which is, I don't know if she needs the accuracy because even when she misses, it's still okay. But the 50% damage is nice. And I think that's extra damage on when she misses an attack, so she's going to hit with 50% more damage on that. Um, I'll definitely try it out both ways. I like Elsa. I'm not opposed to Elsa. My weak link on my Supernatural is actually Scarlet Witch. She's only T11, and she doesn't really fit the rest of the team for me. I never felt like she was a great fit for the team, and I also just have had crap pulls for her for whatever reason. But so yeah, so I'm just looking at different kind of groupings. Hello with Mortal Passive, Exploit Greg for healing and energy better. Ruffle, are you using a similar team to fight into Asgardians on defense? Yeah, I just did Doctor Strange pass or Ultimate tonight. I didn't have that done. I've had his passive done forever, but then for Mordo, I've had his passive done for probably I don't know close to a year now too. It was one of the first ones I did as well. It's pretty strong. On death of any character, heal self, and the most dangerous supernatural ally for 10% of max health. And then on Death of a Mystic, heal self from most injured ally for 15%. Grant 1 to 2 ability energies for self in that ally. I did try this versus his Guardians tonight in Blitz, and I was wondering how he kept having his special was available on every turn. Actually, I did it versus a Wave 1 a couple times. I did it versus Hulks. I was literally being able to stun Hulk on every turn. I had the stun up, and I could just stun Hulk. Um, on Death of a Mystic, I think it's because they had Thor, and I'm trying to think what else they had that might have been Mystic that was allowing me to gain all this energy. But yeah, it's really nice if you're playing into Mystics, and that's a good point, Rothful. So I could probably use that team specifically for fighting other Mystic teams, and then just constantly stunning. I might need to bring him up though. He's only tier 12, and I don't know if I can stun reliably T14 teams, even with the extra, um, even with the T4, he doesn't get a focus gain. But with Loki giving extra 20% focus, it might help. But I'm tempted to T14 these guys. I have enough to bring him up. But I'm probably going to try Loki and this team to see if they're going to be like a strong meta team for a while. And if it looks like there's value there, I might consider bringing. You know what? Reason why I want to try this team specifically is because I was giving up on DD4 of bringing in Loki specifically, and Hela was still on the fence. But if Hela isn't going to be used as a war offense tune, I don't know if Hela makes a lot of sense for her, but the value isn't really there outside of that mode for her anymore to be a rush priority at that kind of cost threshold for Dark Dimension 4. But if I can use them as war offense tunes to crush people in war, now that opens the book again to me taking potentially Loki for Cosmic and DD4 and potentially Hela at that 90 item threshold cost. Though I still might do that more as a first clear or second clear reward, probably second clear. But I would definitely consider Hela as a Mystic. And maybe what that allows you to do is do Loki, Hela, and Minerva, and then with your first, and then not do Thanos, and then you can run just upgrade your Cosmic, Mystic, the Black Order after your first pass, and then upgrade them to tier 15, rather than running Thanos and Proxima in kind of a weird team in Cosmic. There's a little more synergy with the Minerva, Hela, Loki. So potentially I can run that again, but I want to test them in war offense to see if it really is strong and has benefit, and then I'll probably pencil them in for DD4, and also I love PvP, so that's why I took him to T14 to begin with. Was specifically Loki. The only reason I took Loki into DD3 was PvP. I thought PvP was going to be more of a thing initially, and then it really wasn't. I don't regret Loki, but Loki's really just there for PvP. I don't think he gets a whole lot of benefit, especially now, as being T14 anymore, other than PvP specifically. What I say? Oh, Greg is a Mystic too? Okay, so I see you're saying you basically just keep abusing the Greg and then kill him over and over again to grant energy, and then just keep rolling out stuns. Okay, yeah, I like that. And then, Ruffle, at what point in that fight are you throwing out Doctor Strange's special to flip so you don't get stuck in the loop? Are you doing that turn 1, turn 2, or later in the fight, just to get Hela out of stealth? That's kind of my main question regarding that fight. Do you run into any problems with the coin toss on who goes first, and then getting combo down with their Loki Hela combo? Because I think Asgardians are going to tank it a lot better than Supernatural is their blow. So that's my only real worry about is weathering the first initial storm, their combo. And if they can weather that, I think they'll get through it okay. But as long as the Thor is at 130k, I think. AWIX dominated arena with Supernaturals. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, reading some of the old chat. Yeah, a long time ago. When I say Supernatural is top nine attack teams in war, um, for me they are. I'll show you. So for me, these aren't in rank order. I'll try to see if I have one. So I got different stuff up. This is Remanex's guide. That's my DD4 kind of team chart. Not showing you guys that tonight. But for me, this isn't exactly, so column C here. This isn't exactly in order from first or strongest to worst. But so my top kind of 10 teams are probably here. And these are some of the alternate teams depending on the matchup. Um, but Supernatural for me, just stock Supernatural, not with the Hello Loki thing, the hybrid that I'm running. I'm going to be trying to be running. I would say they're definitely top 10. I don't know if they're top 9. It really depends on your power and how invested you have. Supernatural needs a lot more T4 investment to be viable than does Power Armor. So from that perspective, I think Power Armor is stronger, even though they can. For me, they roughly can beat similar teams in a similar amount of meta defensive teams currently. Not the best teams, but they can. They're both beating like this. I don't know the bottom four teams. So they're not the hardest four teams in a war defense room, but they'll probably beat the lower four defensive teams that are currently run a lot. At least a group of them, not all of them. They can't beat Hydra. But Power Armor doesn't require T4 investments. So for me, just from an investment standpoint, if you're saying like purely who's better, I think ISOs right now, ISOs favor Power Armor. Pre-ISO, I would have said Supernatural. But with Raider, I think Power Armor, just my opinion, I think Raider really tilts the scales towards Power Armor being better. I still think F4, if you have them built right, is probably a stronger team, especially because there's so many different combinations of, you can take one character out, add in Ultron, and F4 punches up and can beat Emma Marauders in punch-ups. So I'd say Supernatural is probably the 9th or 10th best war team right now, personally. And that's assuming you're not pulling some of the main war defensive teams over onto offense. I would say Emma Marauders is probably a better war offensive team than Supernatural. I've never used Emma Marauders on war offense, but they're nasty, man. They just survive through so much, and they have so much control. If Emma Marauders, if you're just a pure offensive war alliance, you're not worried about your defense. No, I don't think Supernatural's a top 9 or top 10. But if you're balanced, yeah, they are, because then you have Marauders on defense, as Guardians on defense, those kind of things. I don't use F4 on defense. I've used them on offense, but kind of depends on what you're rolling with. Some people use Wave 1 on offense. Most endgame alliances use Wave 1 on defense. But I would say Supernatural's right there on the cusp of 9th, 10th in most alliances. But they're not really highly valued by a lot of folks anymore. But maybe Raffle's onto some things, and maybe she puts them higher because she's using Hello Loki, and maybe with certain combos, like she's dropping Strange and using Elsa. So maybe with certain combinations they jump up. But like Inhumans have a lot of combinations too. I'm going to try Inhumans with Zemo. I'm not really sold on Minerva for them this next war, but I'm going to try them with Zemo most likely. And I'm still thinking about which fifth I want to use for Inhumans and what I'm going to punch up into. It's not much of a power difference for me between adding Zemo and dropping Quake and Karnak, but Zemo just does so much, and he can just plow through rooms with or teams with engineering buff in war. He just gets rid of all the defense up and just shreds. Any minions are going to get disrupt. But this team can probably punch up a whole lot more than just a standard Inhumans. So I don't know. It's not really fair to kind of rate Supernatural as a hybrid because versus a stock team that doesn't have any kind of, I don't know, added on pieces, because then you're kind of making like a super team. And then at that point, then you need to start kind of weighing out, okay, what's the top end of every team when they're made a super team? And that's a completely different list. So I'm not sure if that's fair. But I hope that answers your question, Rich Gray. We're just kind of jumping in chat again. In your arena, there have been a hyper-aggressive team. Got the Marvel, Black Bolt, Emma, Yo-Yo, and Sinister. Yeah, if your arena, never miss Rob if it's not running Black Order. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good group. Captain Marvel isn't. Once you start getting to the mid game, end game, Captain Marvel is going to start losing traction even in arena to a lot of different comps. She's not terrible, but once you start getting up to the 450, 500K level, you're going to start finding better versions than Captain Marvel. But to start out with, yeah, that's a cool team. Um, Ghost Rider and Taskmaster have best bleeds in Classic. Yeah, my Taskmaster is too low. I have a 100K Ghost Rider, but into your Strife, and wasn't sure if that was going to have much value there. I like running Ghost Rider a lot with Magneto. The Magneto's going to group everybody, and then have a better chance of hitting at least 3 to 5 characters at a time. If there's summons, even more. So I like Mags and Ghost Rider together a lot, at least in balanced. But I need to try that more to see if he gets more value out of that. In Classic, Ghost Rider I think is actually losing some traction in balance. So I'm curious if he actually performs better in Classic than he does in Balanced. Because right now he's kind of losing a little bit of the speed grip, and he's not getting enough control out in the fight to kind of sway things. I've noticed. Big Hell is spreading those bleeds. You'll never get to turn 3. Yeah. Yeah. For PvP, I don't think you're going to allow me to get any of that going because you're going to blind me. But for War, which is what I think we were talking about, War, yeah, I think that's going to be strong. I'm really looking forward to trying to get. So I'll switch you guys back to the game. I'm sorry. Yeah, for the Ghost Rider out, like I'll roll one here, and you guys can see it. I'm not sure if this is a great matchup with Zemo, but let me try to get over on something that's a little more standard here. My Pim are terrible. I'll try that team again in a second here. In raids, Mordo can just. Rolf, are you using Mordo in raids? I haven't tried Mordo in U7.5, but I'm sure in other raids, like the Greeks, he's kicks butt. But the Greeks you can pretty much use anything at this point. No Zemo, Rich Grade, in which one? And you don't have Zemo, or you mean I shouldn't be running Zemo? Yeah. Kind of playing the half Supernatural. I like Supernatural. They're one of my favorite teams still, but they're not. I still think they're a little dicey, and they need something to try to get on top of the fight to start. And they're in some fights they struggle to get control, and you kind of rely on them, kind of reviving or healing up with some of the debuffs they're putting out, or Ghost Rider to carry the day. And I want to see if I can boost them up to be a little stronger. Potentially punch up. Really, what I'm trying to do is because my alliance is going to start punching up due to our war rating. We're right at 1280, so one or two more wins are going to hit 1300, and we just faced Prime, which is a pretty heavy war defense alliance, and we beat them in a race in the morning. But I lost a couple fights. One was a double buff bow v bow at 600k. That was just tough. But what I actually want to do is get more of my top 9 alliance teams for war offense to be able to punch up 100k into various meta defense teams. So the more I can punch up, the more I can help my team kind of overcome some of these big alliance war defenses, and that's kind of really what I'm aiming at. Sorry guys, these teams aren't really. I'm looking for a war defense team to try to test them out, and I mean I can try this one. I got tons of blitz credits, so I'll run this. It's 160k. But I should mow them down. Wasted 6 attacks on MM Marauders. Oh no. Never miss. Yeah, there's very specific counters. Sorry for MM Marauders. F4 plus Ultron. A lot of folks drop different tunes, so it's really just your pick of which characters you want to drop. The most common one I'm seeing that performs reliably is dropping Thing, but depending on your power, you could drop Human Torch or Johnny. Just really kind of depends on your power levels there. I'm just going to stun Luke Cage, and then has Hela gone? Nope, Hela has not gone. So I'll put another heal block on Johnny. Spread the things around. I could probably win this on auto, but there you go. Yeah, that's the fight. Ghost Rider just is going to mow him down. But yeah, F4 plus Ultron beats them and can punch up somewhere between 50 to 75k somewhat reliably. And there's some other combinations too. I've seen symbiotes beat them, and I don't know the exact punch ups that can be done. I don't have a strong anti venom, so I haven't done any testing on that. But I've seen some clips of symbiotes punching across into Marauders. You can run in Humatron. That's one of my least favorite ones because Black Bolt's going to kill your Ultron. I wish this wasn't a weird whack. Why can't it just be his Guardians? And this is why kind of like Blitz is like, oh, I want to test this, but no, it's not really a full team, so you're not going to really learn. I can try this, but this won't go well. They'll just wipe the floor with me, but I'll give it a shot before because I'm not finding anything better to really test versus a hard team. If Loki or Thor or Hela is low, they are dead. Elsa does special and it's bang, bang, bang. Okay. Yeah, I can try that. If Loki or Hela, oh, so she'll target them through stealth. Okay, I get you. So if I'm targeting Asgardians, you're saying Elsa's the way to go, not Doctor Strange. Okay. I'll see. I know before a lot of folks were just using Supernatural directly to beat not Loki and Hela. They were just using a straight Supernatural team to punch across into or slightly down into them. So I'll have to give that a look. I'm just going to control the bird. Seagull symbiote. It's going to stun him. See how this goes. If I win this fight, I'll be surprised. I haven't really fought this, but I thought this would be a tough one because of Greg and all that stuff and how tough they are. But it looks like it's going. Ooh, it was going okay before that spread, but he spread my Mordo. Okay, now I'm just getting my butt kicked. Yeah, so he's going to get a lot of turn. This is not looking good. And this is kind of what I thought it was going to turn into here. So this is a loss. This is kind of like Raffle over here on the symbiote side. This is kind of what PvP versus Raffle looks like. And then my team over here just getting crushed. You start to get this very brief moment of maybe, and then no. Raffle just wipes the floor with you. Okay, let me try to get back on chat again. Sorry, guys. Oh, sorry, Rich. I don't have a command set up yet. Still pretty new, so I haven't set up the bot commands. At some point, I'll work on them and try to get them set up for everybody. I'm 9.4 if you're trying to find my TCP. 9.4 mil, somewhere around there. I don't know exactly, but that's kind of where I'm at. Young Avengers, that's the closest I'm going to get. That's not Defenders, so I'll try this one. I'll see how this goes. It's only 40k punch up, so it's not really. It's still okay. We'll try it. Why don't I have Zemo on War Offense team? I do. So I use Zemo currently, or in the past, I've used Zemo with symbiotes. So since my anti-venom isn't built up, he's only 35k. My Zemo's around 85k. So that's who I currently use. She's going to immediately flip. Let me just try to do a basic. I'm kind of curious how this works out that way. If I can save it. I'm also going to work down Miss Marvel. Let her kind of heal. Oh, I totally should have done the opposite direction. I forgot that... well, that's good learning too, because I could put out a lot of debuffs and then stun her, and then I actually could have just easily won this. So I'm doing this the hard way. That's not the way to fight this. Because I'm not used to having Loki and Hela on my Supernatural, but yeah, they'll put out enough debuffs to get Mordo sped up so he can stun Squirrel Girl. And I should know that from balanced PvP, but there's a lot of different kind of turn interactions here. Ba, ba, ba. Let's keep working on the middle three. And then this is kind of what Raffle was saying. When you're fighting into Mystics, you can just keep throwing out his stun a lot. So I'm just going to stun her again. There you go, Squirrel Girl. Oh, resisted. Died anyway. Ah. All right, there goes. Got the Marvel. It's a pretty easy fight. This team is going to be pretty strong in war. I'm a little curious for like engineering, how that affects some of the early bursts they put out. But it's just going to mow through things. I think it's going to punch up a whole lot. That was only 40k, but there's a lot of control with the buffs coming out, and then Mordo's stun. I just wish I had a T14 Mordo, and I'm kind of tempted just to say, screw it. I was going to say the F version of that, but I'm not sure if there's kids on channel. But yeah, yeah, I really want to bring my Mordo up to get him in line with the other kind of characters on this team. He's just, and he really needs to reliably hit that stun. Ooh, I want to try this one too. And then Mordo, yeah, he can reliably hit the stun on whoever I'm trying to control here. But 80 Bliss credits, I don't care. Raffle, give me tips. Let me know how I'm doing on this one. You're facing 500, 600k in arena. Never Miss Rob, are you facing Bo or what are you facing? And Yo-Yo and BB takes a Cole offense up. Oh, so you're facing Bo. Yeah, this can be tough. Okay, so it looks like you got a good group. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, if you're able to punch across and you're beating Bo at the similar power levels, you're doing really well in arena if you're doing that reliably. When you're level 57, you're soloing U6. Gosh, Ruffle, it's been so long since I've done U6. It feels like freaking forever. I think it's been over a year since I've done U6. I don't know exactly when it switched over, but it's been a long, long time. I miss the old BKT days, just hitting that thing on auto and walking away. We're getting kind of close to that again, but that was fun. And then Ambulance used 9 teams. Yep, that's right, Rich Gray. We only use 9. And that's why I have it kind of charted out here. For the most part, we keep track of our teams, and you're always trying to build your strongest 9 teams on your chart. So for me, it's this thing. I'm always trying to track my team power. How can I get these 9 stronger? Because if I ever want to have a chance to beat those top 15 alliances, the alliance I just joined again is somewhere around 72. And so if we're punching up 30 mil, we have to maximize our top 9 war attack teams to really have any chance of beating some of those teams. Otherwise, it's just really tough. If you put like a balance, you have half your roster power on offense, half of your roster power on defense. You're not going to punch up well. You'll have a fair shot against groups around your TCP band range, but you're going to get crushed by alliances that are bigger than you. So to really combat that, you have to shift at least be 70-30 towards offense, and then you can start punching up more reliably as long as your team or alliance has the participation across the board. SN is no one cleanup team. Yeah. Gosh. Who to go after here? I'm going to try to take out the Loki. I'm not sure. He just looks like he has a low health bar, so boom. I'm not sure if that's the best choice in war, but whatever. I'm going to try to stay away from Greg for a second. And then Raffle here, are you saying it's better to stun Hela or better to stun Thor? Sif has defensive ups. Like, so assume this was a war fight. Who are you trying to stun? Are you going after Thor? I would probably stun Hela, but who are you doing? Stun Thor? Okay. I'll run it that way. Cool. And I'll get offense down on Hela before she takes her turn. Keep stacking. Stun Thor. Stun Theor. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I'm curious though, like, if I'm going to be able to land with T12 Mordo in war, because Heimdall is going to give him 2 turns of defense up. So I'm wondering if I can even rely on that stun happening. I think I need to be able to win this fight without that stun landing, because it's probably not going to go my way. For you. Ghost Rider, Scarlet Witch, Mordo, Hela, Loki. My Scarlet Witch is only 40k, so unfortunately I gotta drop her. I can't. Scarlet Witch isn't viable for me. I can build her up, but gosh, she's terrible for my roster. She's just not in a good place right now. Um, I don't mind her, and I'm hoping that she gets a rework with Vision because I have a beefy Vision, and I'm hoping I can put her over there. This wasn't really a fair fight for us Guardians because outside of this, in war defense, they're going to have defense up, and that fight could go drastically different. But this was pretty easy. I don't even know if there's anyone to revive. But yeah, that was a super easy fight. Definitely want to try that again. Drop DS and put in Scarlet Witch. Okay, I will try that. I will retry this, but again, she's 40k. I don't know like what she's gonna do for that team. She's gonna get nuked. Like I don't think she can take a shot from anything. Like she's just like strong wind and she's down for the count. She's very similar to Johnny Storm, except for my Johnny's 20k, but they probably still have the same results. It's just so here's my. I don't know. I can try it, but my Scarlet Witch, 44k, massive 3 red stars. T11. She's a beast of her. The best feature she probably has is taking a turn 1 and throwing a regeneration on somebody before she dies, because that's about all I'm getting out of her. I guess like I kid. She can do her ult and extend the debuff. So that's like a big assumption that she gets to her first turn because she's so slow. But no, I get what you're saying though, because if she's big enough, she's going to extend the debuffs, and that's the value of her. And then second turn, she'll throw defense up and get some healing spread going around. So I like the character. It's just I wish she was 85k, not 44k. Yeah, gosh, Supernatural is used a lot for Doc Ock cleanups. Sadly. Um, Ruffle flexing, 500k LG14. Doctor Strange is a liability. Yeah, I thought so, especially before I pulled 6 red stars on him. At 6 red stars, he does okay, but he's shaky. If he didn't have all the flex coming out from I think it's his passive, I would get worried about him. I kind of hide him over in a corner still. Yeah, he definitely is a liability depending on that, and that's why I was trying to get early burst out to not rely so much on the fights and kind of backpedaling. They're not a good backpedal team. Ghost Rider gives 30% focus and Loki lowers. Yeah, yep, yep. If they bump Scarlet Witch's passive to 100%, she is Goddess tier. Um, yeah, her Doctor Strange's flip is definitely no damage. I really, and it's kind of you're right because I have him really there for his revive, but his revive is usually reviving Scarlet Witch, which is no value. So really, I think he has higher value when Hello Loki are there because then if they happen to knock out my G14 Ghost Rider, he can revive or revive Mordo for stunning. But right now, with just the stock supernatural team on my kind of comp, he's always reviving Elsa or usually Scarlet Witch, and then his revive is kind of useless. So he's really just there to flip, so that way Ghost Rider can do all the damage. It's not a great functioning team right now. Yeah, I agree. All right, let me try it. I'll try your team. Um, so who do you want me to drop? Who do you want me in place of Doctor Strange? You said. Let me look up. Um, Ghost Rider, Scarlet Witch, Mordo, Hela, Loki. Ghost Rider, Scarlet Witch, Mordo, Hela, Loki. Okay. I will drop those two and I will add the two that you've advised. And kids, this is called going to school, going to Raffle Camp. Raffle Camp. Um, let's do it. Let's see if I can get. All right, Raffle, who do you want me to fight? As Guardians looks like the one. So it's 160 roughly K punch up. This is probably pushing the limits of what this can do. You want me to do this one? Let's try it. Scarlet Witch Mordo is missing controllers to Loki's speed. Yeah, yeah. You get the 10% jump from Loki, which is really nice. So who do you want me to try going after? I was going after Loki in the last one to try to knock him out. You want a different? You want something else? You want to load up on Thor, or what do you normally do in war, Raffle? I'm gonna stick with the Loki strat. Um, Try it that way. I'm really large. You go with the larger P. Oh, because you try to stack. You're right, and that's probably better because you try to stack the debuffs and spread with Hela. So I probably did that the wrong way. I'll stun Thor again, and that landed, which is cool. Then I'll extend it. Okay, I see what you're. If you land the Mordo stun and extend it immediately after, that's a really strong combo. So I see what you're doing. Um, what are you doing with Doctor Strange then? Where do you put him in war? Are you using him on a different team, or are you just not using him at all? Um, so I have to admit, damn it, Raffle, that makes a lot of sense. And maybe it goes different if their Loki goes first. I think in both of those fights, my Loki and Hela have gone before theirs. So maybe if their Loki goes first, maybe this fight goes a lot differently. I don't know. Um, and obviously, I've been landing the stun because it's not in war, so they don't have barracks, they don't have defense up, and there's no med bay obviously. So these fights would be a lot harder in war than they are in blitz. And I think they might get HP buffs from somebody. I forgot who would give HP gains to his guardians. Thor gives damage. Loki's focus resists. Hela's damage. I forgot exactly who might give HP. It might be Sif or Heimdall's defense up. I forgot Sif's passive. I'm gonna have to look this up. Um, yeah, so I have a T4, but I'm just worried about his. I'm worried about you outside of the trash. Oh no, uh, my Doctor Strange. I was so happy about that six red star. No, actually, I wasn't, but I thought it was okay because he's so glassy. He falls down. But okay, so I'll build her up to T12, and I might T14 them at some point if I like the team a lot. And I'm be honest, I'm not in a huge rush to get into DD4. I'll get in there where I get in there, but until they make that stuff farmable, I might just keep improving my roster. I keep having fun with the game. It's one of the things I know not a lot of content creators have been talking about it, guys. But one second. The one thing I'm worried about is I might not actually by the time speaking for my roster, so I'm in the middle of the 9 mil range, 9.4, like that. Endgame player. I've been with top 20 alliances and somewhere. I'm normally in alliances between top 20 and top 75. That's kind of the band of alliances I've been with. And I think even for endgame players, and Raffle, maybe you can comment or anybody else, but for me, I'm a little bit worried about having like stagnant rosters for 6 to 9 months. And we'll always have new characters to build up because they're never going to stop releasing new characters until while the game's live. But I'm a little worried about the majority of our built roster stagnating and people getting a little bored with the game while we're waiting to enter DD4 because these material gains to enter these dark dimensions keep ramping and ramping like multiples of how much harder it is to accumulate to enter. And if we're all just hoarding, and not building up our roster to enter Dark Dimension 4, and we're just really stagnant, I don't know. This is a character collection game, but it's also like a roster progression game where we get a thrill and we enjoy seeing our roster move up, and not just in total collection power, but you want to see your favorite tunes increase in power, especially over the course of a year. Like over the course of a year, I would like to see my Sif at some point move up from 63 to 73, whatever. So like, um, yeah. So I'm just a little worried about people getting a little bored and I don't know which direction I'm going to go right now. Right now, I'm stockpiling. I'm definitely not hoarding, but I'm stockpiling materials, and so I'm not investing into Supernatural to T14M, even though I want to. And like so, I want a T14 Supernatural specifically. I want to do Mordo, and then if Raffle convinces me and Scarlet Witch ends up being useful, I might. But I'll be honest, Raffle, I think there's she's coming off that team. Come Morbius and that I don't know for sure. Not Morbius, but I think she's going to go over to a team with Vision at some point once that TV show announces. I just don't know who else is going to be on that team. So I'm curious what kind of synergy they built with that team, and I imagine that sometime next year. Doesn't mean I can't upgrade her now, but I'm a little worried about that with her as to where she's going. And I probably won't regret it because if they give her a rework, it's probably worthwhile. But I'm always suspect with Scopely's reworks of existing characters because a lot of times they're upgrading characters that are not very good, to be honest. Or, I'm sorry, they're upgrading characters that need a rework and need a lift, and they don't get as much of a facelift as they need. The Young Avengers are a really good example of that with Miles Morales and Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan, and who was the third one? Miles Morales. Missing one of the characters, but anyways, they didn't get as much of a bump as they needed to be really viable in the meta. So they just kind of they had teams, and my view of what Scopely does a lot of times is they try to give characters in a roster a home. Rather than making them viable and strong in the meta, they try to make a lot of the older characters just here's a home. Another good example is poor Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier got placed on over on Hydra, but he just got a home. They didn't do anything for him. Crossbones actually got more, but Winter Soldier is still trash. Where am I going? Hydra. I went down to Winter Soldier, but yeah, it's like he's on a Hydra 2.0 team, but everyone got so excited, like, oh, I'm going to build up Winter Soldier to 80K, 100K, and all this stuff. I have high red stars on him. I'm going to go crazy. In tier 14, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you see did you read the text of what the upgrades were? They want to sell you the overloaded kit. I bought it, I'll admit. I was psyched on Zemo. But I never had any intention of building his team. I never built Grenadier. Everyone say, "Oh, Grenadier, Hydra 2.0. It's a good team." I've heard Remnants talking about it. And if you have it built out, I'm sure it functions and I'm sure it kicks ass. So I'm not trying to knock the team, but it's not like Winter Soldier is the team. It's really Baron Zemo is the team, and then he has some other supporting cast, and they're okay. But yeah, anyways, a lot of I get suspect of the reworks because of characters like Winter Soldier. They get this very smudged, just like Wolverine's another one. They keep putting Wolverine these very slight adjustments with these new teams and new characters that come out, but he's never part of like the core team or meta. Like I wish they would just make Wolverine like a super strong top 10 unit in PvP. Just give him one function in the game where Wolverine dominates or is super fun to use. Even if he is trash tier everywhere else in the game, just give him one place where he has some use and like people get excited about playing one of their favorite characters. Like Wolverine, I like Wolverine in the comics and all that stuff. He's a fun character. He was never like my favorite, but I liked him. But there's so many people that absolutely love Wolverine, and he is not usable anywhere. I think we all know that, but it's weird. Yeah, so I get a little suspect of some of the older characters, guys. Just from my perspective, I feel like they want to sell us the newer ones and then kind of do cosmetic changes to the old characters. And so I get hesitant of really investing a lot of my resources into the older characters because I don't know if they're actually ever going to get revamped as much as they need. So, like most of our rosters for endgame players that are at the bottom are older characters. Unfortunately, I pulled a 6 red star on stature. I was trying for Ghost. I hit stature instead. Oh, that was a bummer. But I was trying. I gave it a good college try for Ghost, but it didn't land. Um, yeah, Breezy. There's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of good information. A lot of the player base in this community they put out. They're very helpful. Almost everyone in the community, not necessarily like in every chat, but if you get into the right groups, whether it's Reminex, whether it's GK Helheim with Nietzsche, Tahiti, the Alliance Cluster that I'm with. There's just so many helpful. The main MSF one's pretty good too, but there's a lot of very helpful people out there that can help educate you in whatever aspect of the game you want to improve in or learn more about. So definitely there's a lot of avenues and people out there to help out. You don't have to use Loki and Hela. No, I was just leading on that because I have them built, Raffle. They're both T14, and I have pretty strong investment in them. So that's what I was thinking about. I was really trying to get my power up. So my base supernatural is like 360, and I was thinking about trying to get them up to closer to 500k, so I could start hitting some of these big boy teams when we do punch ups. So I'm not waiting until the end. We stalled out on Prime, and a lot of us couldn't attack. 4 hours into war, we kind of got stuck. I had already used my 600k bow, and I didn't have anything else for these huge 550, 600k Wave 1 Avenger teams, F4 with She-Hulk. So I need to get my team stronger, or some of my team stronger, so I have more high-end options that can punch up, but also can help clear some of these rooms so we're not stuck waiting for some of our EU players or people that work graveyard, whatever, come online and make their attacks. I think I was stuck at one point with 3 attacks, and I couldn't do anything. We were down their globals with their 11 mil TCP players, and once my bow was down, and I think my second biggest team was down, I used F4, and at that point I was done. I was just kind of waiting in the wings until there was some movement. But yeah, it's definitely going to learn. Loki can stay with Asgard, and Thor's passive still will get the win. So I use Thor with Wave 1 Avengers now, but I don't mind moving them back. But yeah, right now I broke up Asgardians, at least for this next war, until my leads say, hey, they hate it. They want me to move it back. And so, yeah, Sif and Heimdall right now don't have a home. So they're on the bench. You're building? Raffle, you're not holding on to any materials? You're just building all your T14? I'm curious if you're wailing for I'm sorry, not T14, the T15 mats you need to enter Dark Dimension 4, or else if you're just building your roster, it's saying to hell with it, you'll get there when you get there. Because kind of right now it's like a one-to-one thing. Every piece of material I put into some of my tier 12 or tier 13 units as one less material or one more I have to regain. Like I really want to build up Yo-Yo and Crystal T14 to make my humans come online. They're pretty good, but they'd be a hell of a lot better with a tier 14 and Yo-Yo and Crystal. I can start punching up quite a bit more, but I'm kind of just holding off. But I don't know. I'll be honest. The rewards for Dark Dimension 4 are not really jumping out at me. 300k per node gold. It's just a drop in the bucket. That's nothing. So for endgame players like Raffle, 300k is just I don't know. It's not very exciting. That's 2 gold orbs per node, and actually that's the minimum 2 gold orbs with no upside. So not really excited about that. War is most important reason to build teams. Yep, I agree, Rich. At least for me. One other thing I would say is the raids. If you're not doing U7.5, it helps to have one strong raid team. U6, if you're doing U6 and under, you can almost use anything. But once you start getting to U7.4 and U7.5, you need a strong raid team to help your alliance clear it and get those rewards. And then a strong arena team really helps your core accumulation. I never buy cores in the game. I think I've bought cores maybe twice in 2.5 years now playing. But being able to finish near the top of your arena shard will definitely help you accumulate cores to start doing some of these events a little harder. Yeah, it definitely helps out, and they're nice to have. But those are probably the big 3. But one raid team, one arena team, build your war offense. That's probably what I would suggest. Yeah, you're right about the team count. 18 plus teams is right on the money. Yeah, it sounds like you know your stuff anyways. You like Miles a lot? Gosh, my Miles. Miles. The only time I think Miles is a good character is in U7.5 when he's in stealth and you can't get him out of stealth, and then he dodges like your ammo offense down or all the stuff you're trying to land on him because he's just a a jerk, and then he hits you with his ult right at the end of a node when you're trying to exit with full health. Um, that's when I think Miles is good. But besides that, I don't know. Maybe it's just my Miles. I might just have a really low Miles. So for me, I've never felt like he's worthwhile. Not something I'm really looking at. Gorilla's got a massive Wolverine. You know, I was trying I do some goofy stuff in balanced PvP when I'm finding some players with really low rosters or they don't have a lot of characters. I'll just try different teams. So last week I tried a Wolverine X23 kind of X-Force combo, but I was trying to pair up the for 20, 10 for 20. I forgot exactly what it is for these ones, but I think it's 20 for 10. I might be wrong. It might be 10 for 10. But like, good grief, that's like you could spend $1,000 just to get enough of one of these types just to get your team in there. Like, no, unless you're Tadano or all those endgame players that are really going hardcore, feel free. But I'm out of the spending to keep up with the endgame players. I just enjoy the game and I spend when I feel like I need to. But to each their own. Let me flip it back for you guys. 1 second. Boom. War is your least favorite mode in the game? Mood Dance, why don't you like War? Is there, have you, you don't like a time commitment, or what about War are you not too fond about? I'm kind of curious. I've heard a lot of people talk about, hey, they don't like checking back on their phone constantly and having to wait for like their chance to attack. They don't like the pressure, the stress, or they don't like the amount of time it takes just to complete a war. But I'm curious if it's something else for you. Skangili, so I'll be honest, Ruffle. Skangili, I feel like, so I gotta watch out with Skangili. Skangili, I feel like I gotta watch out which direction his hat's facing, because when he does the backwards, he starts talking some nonsense, and he's honest about that. So sometimes with Skangili, I wonder if he's just, is he in kidding mode or else he's being serious. But I like Skangili. He's a good dude. He puts out good content, and he's good for the community. But I don't always know if he's being 100% sincere with his advice. So he has a shtick, and so maybe if I cut him offline, he's talking. I definitely will check it out. But yeah, I'm sure like Remenex and there's some whales I can probably play that have massive miles that will kick my butt. But like apples to apples at the same level, I don't know. It's kind of like, hey, Black Panther kicks butt when he's 150k punching into my roster at 100k. Like, he's very good when he punches down, but punching across, some of these characters don't do well. And I feel like Miles is in that same exact category where he's really strong when he's punching down on you and he's bullying you. Same thing with Black Panther. But maybe there's something right. Maybe when you get him to tier 14 and he's applying that disrupt on that ult out the gate, maybe that starts really paying off. But I think ultimately, too, for me, I just don't like the Young Avengers team. It's not a team that I'm going to be building up anytime soon until they release better characters to fill it out. And also, my Red Stars, again, it's my worst Red Stars team, so it's just luck has not been in my favor. But it's okay. I don't want to build up every single team, and I actually don't need them to function. So I'm okay not having a huge Young Avengers team. But Nietzsche, I will say Nietzsche's been kicking my butt every week with Squirrel Girl since I've been streaming. So he's awakened me. You've shown me the ways of Crystal, and Nietzsche's shown me the ways of Squirrel Girl. And I can beat that one, guys. That's a challenge. It's just I haven't maxed it out yet. My Electro's a little too small. I forgot which one it is. It's Gold Rush or one of those ones. Training Day, I forget. I only have it 2 stars. I can beat it. It just takes too long to grind and try to perfect it. So I don't even worry about it. It's only 2 extra mats per type. So it's not too big of a deal for me. I'd rather just zip on and move on. Did the store refresh? It has not. But yeah, I think they're going to get some new characters, and that team's actually going to be meta probably next year at some point. Rothwell, so if you have a big Young Avengers, I think they're going to come online and be meta for something. I'm hoping Raids. I think Raids is a good place to put them, but who knows? Maybe they're PvP or something. But Brawlers do benefit from ISOs, but they still don't hit hard enough. Or I feel like they need to clear. If they need somebody to cleanse defense up, specifically from power armor. So power armor can't just bully them in a war. So if they had somebody come through and just take away Ironheart or Vision's defense ups that they grant on spawn, then they're a whole different team. Then you have to run Brotherhood versus them or something else because they with those ISOs when they're set up correctly with the strikers on everybody except for Kamal Gun, and Kamal's on as a skirmisher and they start just triple hitting you on every attack. It can hurt, but into defense up there or if they're blinded, it's kind of protected. So I don't know. Maybe if they make Rhino a part of that team and get somebody to get rid of defense up, they'll get really strong. I don't know. They're missing something, and so they're waiting on some new blood. That's for sure. Moodance, you don't like that you can spend real money to clear faster. I don't like waking up at 4 a.m. and competitive. Yeah, that's fair. Moodance, what time zone are you in? Are you an EU player or are you US? Yeah, the wars are definitely clearing closer to 4 o'clock than it was in the past. You're PSD, yep, I am as well. I think a few months back, a lot of them were clearing around 7 o'clock on that refresh, and more of the top 100 alliance fights now, like you're kind of getting at. So you must be up here too. A lot of them, if you're in Warzone 1, that is, a lot of them are clearing somewhere between 3 and 6 a.m. now with daylight savings time. Which is, yeah, it's a little brutal. And I encourage everyone to get their sleep. But if you're really competitive, yeah, you're waking up earlier than you normally would just for a mobile phone game just to clear a war. But if you're super competitive, I'm not sure if you want to be in an alliance that's putting pressure on you to do that. A lot of them will kind of positively encourage you to do so. Mine does. Say, hey, try to get you hyped on war and go for it. I used to be a war commander in this alliance, and I left them for a bit because I needed to step away just from health reasons and all that. I was spending way too much time reviewing war logs. So while I love war, for me, I did go overboard at one point in time where I was spending, 4 to 6 hours a day. That might be a little much. 2 to 4 hours a day on war days. Not on every day, but on the war days, the on days when it's launching, I was easily spending 2 to 4 hours reviewing logs, doing analytics, talking about what can be improved. Hey, we lost this fight. Here's what you should do. Don't run this matchup in the future. It loses because of this. You talk about all the formulas of how much they can punch up depending on the room. There's just so much to look into. It's a lot of small stuff. But I don't think that's a healthy approach to war anymore. I think it's much better just to try to recruit a good group of people that have the same kind of overall interest in war and participation levels and what they're kind of trying to accomplish. And then give some general pointers to everybody, but try to build people up to be self-sufficient and not really hammer people or be overcritical. At least for me, I just think I'd rather be streaming and talk about positive stuff and kind of try to improve my gameplay and doing other things and learning outside of the game as well about video editing and streaming, those kind of things. And for a long time, I was stuck streaming. Not streaming, stuck doing war analysis, and I wasn't moving forward with doing some other projects that I'm interested in learning about. So for me, the time commitment is probably my only downside about war, but I do like it a lot. I enjoy the competition. That's my favorite thing about it. And morning races, I don't like waking up early, but I do like the thrill of it. I do like waking up and charging for that. It's kind of fun for me, but yeah, everyone's different. Read Miles Basic. Okay, I'll read Miles Basic. Hold on. Miles Morales. Is he on my roster, or did I gut him and put him in the trash bin long ago? Young Avengers. It's right that their team is at the very bottom. That's the very last team other than War Tech and War Defense. Raffle. It's for a reason. They're not very good. Just ignore X-Force and X-Men. I need to just ignore that so my joke makes more sense. But Young Avenger, the very bottom. Miles Morales. Attack primary target for 240% damage. If Squirrel Girl is an ally or if the target has a defense down, clear 3 positive effects. What are you doing with this team that you're so excited about, though, Raffle? I get that they have some uses here and there. If completely over-invested in, wailed on, spent thousands of dollars on this team that is not very good. But what is the peak of what they do? What are you suggesting this team does that 14 other teams can't do in their stead? Oh, I know. You need to go to sleep. I know. What you do? What you do? I know. Give me kisses. Give me kisses. I don't know about this team raffle. I think, gosh, I could probably have this team at T14, and I'd still be scared to take them into anything on offense. Maybe with Captain Marvel on offense, I'd be more excited. But just the amount of investment you have to do on that team, I don't know. Um, I know his ultimate got a little bit of a buff, so disrupted to 2 additional targets, and probably disrupted to the primary target for 2 turns and 2 additional targets for 2 turns. Um, so that could be good, but again, if power armor is attacking them, they've already got the defense up on spawn, so that's not gonna. The only thing that's gonna prevent, and actually, I don't think it prevents anything because rescue, unless you kill rescue, she's gonna cleanse all the debuffs. She wipes it all away. Maybe if you're using them as an offensive team and picking your battles as to what you're going into, I can see them being a strong blitz team. You think it's a combo? Um, yeah, I think it seems. Yep, for the Young Avengers team. You think in combos for PvP? Okay, but are you splitting this team off? Are you splitting them off to be on different kind of war teams? And I guess that's what I'm getting at is where are you using Miles that he's functioning as a tool? I don't think of everything as individual pieces, but the characters that I don't have built up that aren't really like high grade characters. I think of them more as part of teams because I don't think of them as having strong utility. But probably that's gaps in my knowledge as to their kits. That's probably a shortcoming of mine as to how I evaluate the characters. Um, but I put him on par with like JJ, where they have functions, but they're not best in class. But I could see him having some value somewhere. But and 117 isn't terrible. And I could see you comboing on something with him. Um, and this seems more offense, or else if you're very specifically trying to use him on a war defense team to prevent something very specifically that they're going to try to do to counter your war defense. So yeah, I'm curious what kind of combo you had in mind there. Um, 4 per Taskmaster rewinding a boss, or doing Dark Dimension without getting touched. Yeah, yeah, and I think that's maybe a difference in maybe our roster size and what I'm capable of doing compared to some of the folks that you're talking to are capable of doing. And that's probably a resource management limitation on my end, is that while he has a function and he could be utilized in certain special ways, he's never going to be on anywhere near the list of characters I could probably afford to bring in um, because of the material climb that we have ahead of us. Yeah, the rewind is definitely strong. It's always been strong. The only thing that's been weak on this ability is when you're forced to attack into somebody that has dodge, and then it doesn't land, and then you just lose it. So usually, I mean, you throw the basic out there in that case, but um, I think I would like this to not be dodgeable, and that would really help him. Yeah, and I probably do a lot of theory crafting, but not for all across the board. I do theory crafting for like my usable portion of my roster, not which is like the top, I don't know, third. I don't do theory crafting for the bottom third or middle of my roster, just because the material investment to build them up is so heavy. Like there's always been uses for Hawkeye, for example. Like Hawkeye special has always been usable, always been usable. His ultimate for blind has always been usable. Like so, like you could theory craft a team for him, but before his last rework with Black Widow, he was always held back and handicapped by his stats and by his speed. And his base damage has always been low, but that's kind of thematically with his character. He shouldn't be a high damage character. He's a more of a utility kind of control character. But like Hawkeye's always been a theory crafter's dream. He just had high cooldowns to a certain extent on his ult, for how little damage he did, rather. And he was slow. But I think his speed is way higher now. They jacked his speed up. I can't remember if he was like 90 or 100 speed, but he got one of the largest speed increases of any character in a rework that I've seen. I want to say he's got the largest speed increase of any character in MSF history, which is kind of cool because he deserved it, and they're a lot better for it. Um, you help clusters? Yeah, I remember you were talking about and guys, if you didn't know this, Raffle does. Raffle, I apologize if you don't do this anymore, but I'm gonna try to advertise for you. Raffle does a PvT player versus player coaching, PvP coaching, and it sounds like she's branched out and does other coaching as well. So if once the new mode comes out and you're curious about getting better at PvP, definitely hit up Raffleicious. She definitely will take time and help coach you and guide you and look at your roster and give you some pointers and tips as to how to improve in that area if you want to. She has a lot of experience, been in tons of tourneys, and she's done more PvP for firsthand knowledge than most players in the community by far. But it sounds like you branched out from there, Raffle. So cool. You kind of helping them look at how to improve in war specifically, or just in general terms, doing coaching everywhere, like raid, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so for me, like, I probably don't look too much below. Gosh, for war, I do have some like one-shot tunes like that I look at for theorycraft and like Drax. You can always throw in for certain things if you're going to get bursted, but I don't know. Below my T12 tunes, and for the higher end players, they probably have everyone at tier 13 plus. But for me, I don't theorycraft much below. Gosh, 60K is probably the very first I go. But honestly, I probably don't even look at that. I probably outside of Drax and a couple one-shot tunes. I don't know. Most of these are not really theory crafting. Swarm has some theory crafting potential. I heard different spots for him, but probably the most theory crafting I do is for PvP, and then I do some for war. But I think we're finally getting to the point now where we can actually branch out in war. For a long time, we are kind of pigeonholed, but I feel like now it's actually worthwhile more to do that. That's kind of what I was doing tonight, which was building the my little guide out here for myself. So talking about like replacements that I can use on these set teams and how I can improve them and what teams the replacements would allow them to beat. So that's what I was doing specifically for that, is to think outside the box of how I can improve certain teams like Supernatural or Power Armor. Like I just moved Iron Man off Power Armor tonight and added Vision because my Vision's big, but my Iron Man's about 55K. Hey BGP2, I appreciate the follow, buddy. Thanks so much. Hope you get something out of the stream, and thanks for checking us out. Thank you. But yeah, so like just taking a look at different things, because I've had Vision stuck on my defense forever on BKT. I've got like a 510K BKT, but they just draw Big Brotherhood every war and they lose. So I was looking at different versions of these standard teams or stock teams that I could improve, get their power up higher, and then potentially punch up more in a war, or beat different types of teams that I couldn't before with the lower tune. But my power armor still held back by I have a pretty small 45, 50K Ironheart, so they're not still much bigger. And I don't know if this is better. I might miss the 20% crit chance that Iron Man gives the team. But I'm just looking at it. So I'll try it next war. If it doesn't work out or it doesn't feel as good, I'll move Iron Man back for the crit. But just doing different things like that. And I use a lot of different combinations. Like I think I was the first player of anyone I knew. Like as soon as Sinister Six was announced, I was using Green Goblin. But that's because I don't know if that was necessarily because I knew better, but it may not be the best version. Rhino's still good, but like Sinister Six, I was looking at Green Goblin's passive, but I think I had a lead on this because I had a 6 red Green Goblin. Green Goblin was the second 6 red star I pulled about, gosh, over a year ago. And I always wanted to use his passive. So I've been looking at his passive specifically for Spider-Verse to remove buffs. And I think a lot of people are saying Green Goblin was worthless, just Rhino or bust. But Green Goblin's definitely useful for Sinister Six, and that's who I use. But that's also because my Green Goblin has 6 red stars and was already built up a little ways in my Rhino. My poor Rhino, 3 red stars. They both came out around the same time, and I just one went one way, the other one with the other, and I haven't built them up just because of the red stars. But and at some point, it might be clear that Rhino's better for certain matchups, and it will. But I already had Green Goblin a little further ahead, and I've been using them in offense. So I think Green Goblin's a little bit more offense minded, and Rhino's probably more defense minded. Um, Never miss Rom. You stop coaching when your alliance when they stop participating in war. Yeah, no, that's not good, and that can be frustrating too. I got frustrated a while back too because and again I was being overly critical, and I honestly didn't like how I was behaving. I wasn't behaving poorly, but I think I was getting too competitive and too critical of my teammates, and I didn't like that was coming out of myself. So I wanted to step away from that. I just want to enjoy the game personally. I don't want to feel like, oh man, this guy hasn't logged on for 3 hours. What's his problem? And I just don't want to be in that mindset. I just after work and I'm just enjoying the game. I just want to knock out my stuff, be as proficient as I can, and have fun with things. I don't want to be honest. I really don't want to worry about what people are doing. I kind of got dragged into war leadership role because I'm a little bit more oriented in that thinking. And I was coming up with some different defensive strats, like back when Marauders was out, be- before Emma. I was having my alliance put. I was one of the earlier